temperature air was biting, a crisp 40 degrees that turned our breath into transient ghosts. The mist clung to the pines, obscuring the valley floor where the mine entrance sat like an open wound in the mountainside. The iron gates, sealed since the 80s, were wrapped in heavy chains that had rusted into a single fused mass of oxidized metal. They looked less like security measures and more like ribs calcified, brittle ribs caging something that had stopped breathing a long time ago. Or so we thought. I adjusted the strap of my helmet, checking the seal on my clipboard. My name is Lena Grant. I am the state mine inspector. I deal in structural integrity, methane levels, and water table encroachment. I deal in the physics of rock and gravity. I do not deal in folklore. I do not deal in the things that the locals whispered about in the diner 3 miles up the road. They called it the mouth below. I called it Contract 409. Looks tight, Briggs grunted, spitting a stream of coffee onto the frost-covered gravel. He was our foreman, a man built from gristle and bad attitude, with a scar running down his neck that looked like a jagged map of a river. He didn't look at the mine, he looked through it. Grant, you got the schematics? I have the maps from 82, I said, my voice sounding thin in the open air, but they're incomplete. The lower galleries aren't fully surveyed. We go until the structural integrity looks compromised, or we hit water, Briggs said. Simple in, simple out. Get the readings, confirm the seal is holding, leave. The team was small. Beside Briggs stood Dr. Malik, a geologist whose silence was heavier than the pack of humming instruments strapped to his back. He was staring at the ground, watching a line of ants march away from the mine entrance. Not around it, away from it. Then there was Cole Stevens. 30 years underground had left him with a permanent stoop and a face etched with coal dust that no amount of scrubbing could remove. He was chewing tobacco with a rhythmic, nervous jaw motion. He smelled of stale smoke and fear. And finally, Danny, the rookie. He was practically vibrating with energy, his helmet light already clicked on, bobbing like a lone star against the gray morning. He looked at the rusted gates like they were the entrance to Disney World. Ready when you are, boss, he chirped. Cole muttered something under his breath. I caught the tail end of it. Shouldn't wake it. Cut the spooky shit, Cole, Briggs snapped. He pulled a bolt cutter from the truck bed. With a groan of leverage, the rusted chain snapped. The sound was obscenely loud, a gunshot cracking through the valley. The doors groaned open. The air that hit us wasn't stale. It didn't smell like stagnant water or old earth. It smelled like copper, like old pennies held in a sweaty palm. Let's move, Briggs ordered. We walked into the throat of the mountain. The sunlight died behind us within 50 feet, swallowed by the absolute, suffocating dark that only exists underground. Our headlamps cut cones of white through the gloom, illuminating rails that were twisted like licorice ropes. The descent was gradual at first. The incline was manageable, the air breathable. I watched the walls, shale, mostly, some granite intrusion, standard for this range. I tapped my pen against the clipboard, logging the condition of the support beams, rotting timber. But the steel reinforcements held. 30 meters down, the silence began to gain weight. It wasn't just the absence of noise, it was a pressure against the eardrums. Dr. Malik stopped first. He was staring at the handheld console in his gloved hand. The green light of the screen illuminated his frown. Reading? Briggs asked, not stopping. Temperature, Malik said softly. It's jumped. Ventilation is dead, I offered, shining my light on a collapsed air duct. Heat pockets are normal. Not like this, Malik corrected. Ambient temperature at the entrance was 4 degrees Celsius. Here, it's 38. I paused. 38 degrees Celsius. That was nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I hadn't noticed the sweat beading on my forehead until he said it, but now the heat seemed to rush in, heavy and wet. It wasn't a dry heat. It was a tropical, suffocating humidity that made my coveralls stick to my back. Too hot for this shallow, Briggs grunted, wiping his brow. Keep moving. We checked the main gallery, then we turned back. We went deeper. The rock changed. The gray shell gave way to a darker, more porous stone that seemed to absorb our light rather than reflect it. The temperature climbed with every step. My breathing grew shallow. The air felt thick, like inhaling soup. I reached out to steady myself against a support beam. Hiss. I jerked my hand back. The wood was hot, not warm hot. The structure is conducting heat, I whispered, panic flaring in my chest for the first time. Briggs, the beams are heating up from the rock out. There's a geothermal source we missed. There's no volcanic activity in New Hampshire, Lena, Malik said, his voice straining for rationality. It's impossible. Tell that to my hand, I snapped. We walked for another hour. The footsteps of the team fell out of sync. The echoes were wrong when Danny stepped. The sound of his boot hitting the gravel seemed to arrive a split second too late, as if the air itself was delaying the physics of sound. Then, the first sound came. It wasn't a collapse. It wasn't the groaning of the earth settling. It came from ahead of us, deep in the dark. A long, low exhale. Whew, we all froze. Cole spun around, his eyes wide and white in the gloom. Tell me you heard that. Tell me I'm not crazy. Air pressure equalizing, Briggs said, though his hand had moved to the heavy flashlight on his belt, gripping it like a truncheon. Just wind. There is no wind, Malik whispered. He held up a sensor. Air velocity is 0. That wasn't wind. We pressed on, driven by Briggs's stubborn momentum. We reached the main gallery. It was an enormous chamber, vaulted like a cathedral. But where a cathedral is built to elevate the spirit, this place was built to crush it. The walls shimmered. I shone my light across the surface. They were wet. A thick, viscous sheen coated the rock, shimmering faintly crimson. Malik's instruments began to whine a high-pitched electronic scream. He slapped the side of the device. Magnetic interference. The sensors are scrambling. Temperature? I asked, my throat dry. 42 degrees? Briggs walked to the center of the chamber. He pulled a stick of chalk from his pocket to mark the structural pillar, a standard protocol to indicate we'd reached the checkpoint. He dragged the chalk across the stone. Discreetly, the sound that echoed back wasn't the dry rasp of chalk on stone. It was the sound of metal scraping against bone. It was high, wet, and agonizing. Danny stepped back, his boots scuffing the gravel. Mr. Briggs, what was that? Briggs looked at the chalk in his hand. The tip was red. Not from the chalk, it was white chalk, but as if the rock had bled onto it. He dropped it. Then, the wind hit us. It blasted down the tunnel from the depths, a sudden, violent gust. But it wasn't cool ventilation air. It was air from an oven. It hit my face with physical force, smelling of sulfur, copper, and something sickeningly sweet, like meat left out in the sun. It's breathing, Cole whimpered. God Almighty, the mountain is breathing. That's not geological, Malik said, his voice trembling. There is no venting system this shallow capable of that pressure. We're leaving, Briggs said. His voice was tight. The bravado was cracking. Now, turn around. As we turned, Danny's light swept across the far wall of the gallery. Wait, the kid said. Look. We looked, burned into the stone, seared black against the wet, red rock, were prints, handprints, hundreds of them. They were clustered together, overlapping, frantic, and they were all reaching upward. The heat surged again, a tangible wave that made my vision swim. And from the darkness behind us, beneath the sound of our own ragged breathing, something answered. A low, wet click in the back of the throat of the world. Part 2. The heat. The retreat was a lie, too. We weren't retreating, we were being herded. The lamps were dimming. My LED headlamp, rated for 70 hours, was flickering after 3. The darkness of the mind felt aggressive, pressing in against the fragile cones of light, trying to smother them. The tunnel back felt different, longer. The angles were wrong. I remembered a sharp left turn just past the gallery entrance, but we had been walking straight for 10 minutes. We missed the turn, I said, checking the compass on my wrist. The needle was spinning lazily, refusing to find north. There was no turn. Briggs barked from the front. Straight shot back to the lift. No, I argued, the heat making my thoughts sluggish. We came down a gradient. We're walking flat. My boots felt heavy. I looked down. The floor was covered in the same resinous slime that coated the gallery walls. It was sticky, clinging to the rubber soles, pulling back with every step. It looked like tar, but it smelled like infection. Power drains are electromagnetic, Malik muttered. He was walking beside me, eyes glued to his dying instruments. But there's no field reading. It's like the energy is just evaporating. Save your breath, Briggs said. We get out, we sort it topside, but the exit wasn't there. We reached a junction. 3 tunnels branched off where there should have been only the one rail line leading up. The rails themselves twisted and severed, ending abruptly in the rock floor as if the stone had grown over them. This isn't right. Danny's voice cracked. He sounded very young. We just came from that way. I grabbed my radio. Control, this is Grant. Do you copy? Control, static. But not the white noise of empty airwaves. It was a heavy, rhythmic, static. Kirsch, kirsch, like heavy, distorted breathing. Beneath the static, I heard low tones, growling. Climb gear, Briggs ordered, staring at the blocked path. The map shows an upper shaft in Sector E. We can reroute. That shaft was condemned in 1970. I said, better than standing here waiting to cook, Briggs snapped. We began the climb up a narrow service chute. The ladder rungs were slick with the moisture. The heat was oppressive now. My coveralls were soaked. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs. Too fast, fluttering like a trapped bird. Cole was above me, carrying the heavy rope anchor. I could see his hands trembling on the rungs. Halfway up, he stopped. Do you smell that? He whispered. I inhaled. The sulfur was stronger, but beneath it was the smell of cooking. Roast pork, sweet, savory, and utterly terrifying in this context. Keep moving, Cole, I urged. No, he said. Listen, from below us, from the junction we had just left, came a sound. Scrape, step, scrape, step. It was the sound of something dragging itself. Heavy, wet. I looked down. The shaft below was a vertical tunnel of blackness. But in the center of that blackness, a shadow darker than the rest was pulsing. It looked swollen, bulbous. It didn't have limbs that I could see, but it was moving up the walls, defying gravity, flowing like thick sludge. Danny shone his light down. The beam hit the mass. It didn't reflect light, it absorbed it. Faster, Briggs yelled from above. We scrambled up the ladder, lungs burning. The air was getting thinner, hotter. When we hauled ourselves onto the upper platform, I collapsed, gasping. My throat tasted like copper. Lena looked down the shaft. The shape had stopped. It was just below the lip of the platform. The dust motes dancing in the beam of my light were rising and falling, pushed by the breath of the thing. For a second, just one fraction of a second, the flashlight flickered and illuminated it clearly. It was a human shape, but it had no edges. It was melted, the features running together like wax. It had no eyes, just smooth indentations, but it had a mouth that was open too wide. I scrambled back, kicking the hatch shut. What did you see? Malik asked, gripping my shoulder. His eyes were wild. Nothing. I lied. I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell him that the thing in the dark was wearing a tattered foreman's jacket from the 1980s. It looked familiar. 48 degrees. Malik said, staring at the wall. Proteins denature at 45. We are cooking, Lena. We are literally cooking. Cole unstrapped his jacket, throwing it to the floor. Can't stay here. Can't. Dan breathe. We moved into a narrow corridor. This was supposed to lead to the ventilation overflow, which would take us to daylight. But the heat shimmer was warping the air. The tunnel bent, not structurally, visually. The corners curved in ways that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space. The walls seemed to throb. Jesus, I murmured. It's moving. The rock walls were expanding and contracting. Malik crouched, touching the ground. He pressed his gloved hand into the stone. The stone gave. It rippled like memory foam. It's organic, he whispered. Terror and fascination warred in his voice. The silicon structure is mimetic. It's taken on biological properties. Organic. My ass, we're leaving. Rig started. Then the scream tore the air apart. Danny, he was trailing behind. He had stepped onto a patch of floor that looked solid. His boot had sunk, not into mud, but into the rock. The stone had closed around his ankle like a mouth. Help! It's burning, Danny shrieked, thrashing. Cole grabbed his arms. I grabbed his belt. We pulled. The heat spiked. The buckle of Danny's belt grew instantly hot, searing through my glove. I hissed, but held on. Pull, Briggs roared. Danny was screaming, a high, thin sound that didn't sound human anymore. The floor was bubbling around his leg, turning red. We gave one massive heave. Danny flew backward. We fell into a heap. He was free, but his boot was gone, and so was his foot. The stump was cauterized, smooth, blackened flesh, sealed shut. No blood, just the smell of burnt meat filling the small tunnel. Danny stared at his leg, his eyes rolling back. He went into shock, instantly convulsing. The wall behind us cracked a sharp, loud POP like a giant knuckle cracking. The light from our lamps flashed red, then died completely. Part 3, pressure, darkness. Absolute heavy darkness, and the heat time warped after that. I tried to count seconds to keep a grip on reality, but the numbers slipped away. 1, 2, 5, 10, 1. Malik, Briggs rasped. His voice sounded like he was gargling gravel. Lights. Get the backup flares. A hiss, then a sputtering red glare illuminated the tunnel. The flare cast long, dancing shadows that looked like grasping fingers. What the hell is happening to us? Briggs asked. He looked skeletal in the red light, his eyes sunken. Malik was staring at the wall. Thermogenic hallucinations, he mumbled. Brain cooks itself. Time folds. Perception fails. No, I interrupted, finding Danny's leg with a strip of cloth, though there was no blood to stop. The passageways are different. The map is useless. Danny was mumbling, half delirious. I saw lights, he whispered, like miners, carrying lamps. They were right there. There's no one here, kid. Briggs snapped, though his voice lacked conviction. I had seen them too. Faint silhouettes moving just behind the walls. Not in the tunnel with us, but inside the stone, as if the rock was glass and they were on the other side, carrying yellow glows. We rested in an alcove. The air temperature hit 51 degrees. I tried to drink from my canteen. The water was hot. It scalded my tongue. Sweat evaporated instantly from our skin, leaving a crust of salt that cracked when we moved. Cole removed his gloves to wipe his brow. As he rubbed his forehead, he screamed. He pulled his hand away. Strips of skin from his forehead peeled away with it. His skin had the consistency of wet paper. Don't touch your face, Malik whispered. We're fragile. Pressure's dropping, Malik noted, looking at his barometer. But how? There's no venting system. The mountain groaned. A deep, bending sound. The walls expanded, then contracted. Inhale, exhale. Cole began muttering prayers. His shadow on the wall, cast by the dying flare, began to move. It twitched. It stood up while Cole was still sitting. "We have to move," I said. "If we stop, we die." We picked Danny up. He was light, too light, as if the moisture had been sucked out of his bones. As we walked, Danny began whispering names. Coleman, Harris, Rourke. I froze. Those were names from the 1,982 disaster. The men who were never found. Danny couldn't know those names? He wasn't even born then. "They're down there," Danny whispered, his head lolling on Briggs's shoulder. "They're waiting. It's warm. It's so warm." He jerked suddenly, a violent spasm that nearly knocked Briggs over. Then he went rigid. His eyes flew open, pupils blown wide, milky white. He seized, arching his back, and then went limp. The air smelled briefly of ozone and cooked skin. Briggs lowered him to the ground. He checked for a pulse. He held a mirror to Danny's mouth. Nothing. No one spoke for 5 minutes. The silence was filled by the heartbeat of the mountain. Thump, thump, thump. "We leave him," Briggs said finally. "We can't." I started. "He's dead weight, Lena," Briggs shouted. "Look at him." Danny's skin was already gray, sinking inward. The mine was reclaiming him fast. "We come back for him after the exit," Briggs said, softer. I knew he was lying. We weren't coming back. We weren't even sure we were going forward. Part 4, the collapse. The next chamber glowed. We didn't need the flares anymore. The rock itself was luminescent, pulsating with a dull ember red light. The heat was blinding. It felt like walking into a fire. My boots left black, sticky footprints on the stone. We found the gear. Old mining helmets, picks, rusted lunch pails, and bones. They were baked into the rock, not buried, merged. A femur protruding from the ceiling, a skull embedded in the floor, face up, mouth open, in a permanent scream. The stone had turned to wax and refrozen around them. Malik stared at the skull. "The fusion is cellular," he whispered. "The calcium has bonded with the silicates." Cole began laughing, a dry, rasping sound that turned into hacking sobs. "It's a stomach," he wheezed. "It's a goddamn stomach." The mountain screamed back. A crack tore through the chamber. The floor shifted violently, tilting 40 degrees. I fell, sliding toward a fissure that had opened in the corner. Heat blasted up from it, white hot. Briggs grabbed my harness and hauled me back. "We can't go back," Malik said, looking behind us. "It's closing." I turned. The tunnel we had just exited was sealing. The rock was flowing together like healing flesh. The opening narrowed from a doorway to a window, to a slit, to nothing. Smooth stone. The sound of Danny's voice returned. It echoed distantly, coming from the walls themselves. "It's fine down here, warm." Cole snapped. "I'm not staying," he screamed. He ran, not toward the exit, but toward a side tunnel that looked cooler, bathed in blue shadow. "Cole, wait," I yelled. He didn't listen. He sprinted into the dark. The tunnel buckled. It was like watching a throat swallow. The walls slammed together with immense force. Cole's scream was short, wet, then silence. A burst of flame shot out of the sealed tunnel, smelling of burned hair. When we reached the spot, there was no tunnel, just a solid wall. Embedded in the center of it, half melted, was Cole's helmet. Malik began giggling quietly. He was muttering equations. "Thermodynamics of the soul," he whispered. "Energy cannot be destroyed, only transferred." I grabbed him and shook him. "Malik, focus. How do we get out?" "There is no out." He smiled beatifically, his lips cracked and bleeding. "There is only in." "There has to be a vent," I insisted, turning to Briggs, but Briggs was swaying. His skin was beet red. Heat stroke. We find it, Briggs rasped, his eyes glassy. Or we bake. Behind us, the bones in the stone began to move. I saw the jawbone of the skull in the floor open wider. Finger bones flexing like roots pushing through the wall. The whispers filled every inch of space. Hundreds of voices, burnt, begging, stay, join, warm. Part 5. The Inferno, 58 degrees. Breathing felt like inhaling razors. My lungs hitched with every breath. My vision was tunneling. The world was red and black. We stumbled into a cavern that shouldn't exist. It was vast, the ceiling lost in the haze. In the center was a fissure. It wasn't emitting fire, it was emitting light. Liquid red light, it pulsed. Thump thump. The floor shook with the rhythm. It's not magma, Malik said. His voice was clear now. The madness had clarified into a terrible purpose. It's tissue. He walked toward the fissure, removed his gloves. Malik. No, I croaked. It's alive, Lena, he said, not looking back. Don't you see the whole mountain? It's a single organism. The miners, they didn't find coal. They dug into something ancient. He stepped closer. The heat radiating from the fissure was enough to blister skin from 20 feet away. It's remembering, Malik said. The fissure opened wider. A blast of heat so pure the air rippled white. I pulled Briggs behind a rock outcropping, screaming. Malik didn't scream. He walked straight into the light. The light consumed him. There was a sound, not a sizzle, but a sigh, a distinct sound of satisfaction. When the light dimmed, he was gone. Only molten footprints remained, sinking deeper into the fissure. Briggs collapsed, but wasn't moving. Briggs, I crawled to him. His skin was burning hot to the touch. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. Upper shaft, he whispered. Then he exhaled, a long, rattling breath, and he didn't inhale again. I was alone. I looked at the fissure. It pulsed. It wanted me. Hungry, the word appeared in my mind, not as a sound, as a concept. I forced myself to move. I dragged myself away from the heat toward the far wall where the angle of the rock suggested an upward slope. The whispers grew louder. They were bilingual now. Latin, English, twisting Malik's voice, Cole's voice, Danny's voice. Lena, I found a crawl space. It was tight, angled upward. It seemed cooler. I crawled. The metal of my belt scraped against the rock. My elbows bled. The heat followed me, a physical presence nipping at my heels. I crawled for what felt like hours or years. The tunnel narrowed until I was flat on my stomach, shimmying like a worm. I saw daylight ahead. It shimmered, faint, trembling, but it was blue, real blue sky. I laughed. A weak, broken sound. I made it, I whispered. Then the tunnel shifted. The stone rippled beneath my palms. Soft, warm. The light at the end flickered. Then it blinked. A massive, horizontal blink. Closing, reopening. It wasn't a hole to the sky. It was an eye. A blue, irisless eye the size of a doorway. The mind wasn't leading me out, it was watching me. I screamed, but my throat was too dry. I closed my eyes and clawed forward anyway. I clawed at the eye. I clawed until my fingernails broke. I clawed until the world dissolved into white. Part 6, The Survivor. The beep of the machine was rhythmic. Beep, beep, beep. It was the first sound that wasn't a heartbeat. I opened my eyes. White ceiling. Fluorescent lights. A nurse was adjusting an IV bag. She's awake, she said softly. 3 weeks later, they told me what they found. The rescue team found one person near the collapsed entrance. Me. I was dehydrated, delirious. My clothes were melted partially into my skin. I asked about the others. There was no one else, Miss Grant, the officer said gently. The mine collapsed decades ago. We found you in the vestibule, barely 10 feet inside the gates. No, I rasped. We went down. Briggs, Malik, Cole, Danny. We have the records of the team, the officer said, exchanging a glance with the doctor. But there was no gear found, no bodies. Later, they showed me the report. Thermal hallucinations, severe dehydration, self-inflicted trauma. They said I hallucinated the heat, that my brain created the fire to explain the thirst. But they couldn't explain the burns on my back. They couldn't explain why my boots were fused at the molecular level with a type of rock that doesn't exist on the periodic table. I spent months in psychiatric care. The doctors were kind. They listened to my stories about the breathing walls and the heart below. When I finally spoke coherently, I said only one thing to my therapist, Dr. Aris. It wasn't the heat that killed them, I said. It was hunger. Dr. Aris adjusted his glasses. Whose hunger, Lena? I didn't answer. I looked toward the corner of the room. The paint there was bubbling, just slightly, a rhythmic pulsing. Thump, thump. The room was getting warmer. Dr. Aris didn't notice. He was writing in his notebook. I smiled, a tight, terrified smile. The mine isn't a place. It's a condition. And I didn't escape. I just brought it with me. The thermostat on the wall clicked. The temperature rose to 80, and then 90. Is it getting hot in here? Dr. Aris asked, loosening his tie. No, I whispered, watching the wall breathe. It's just dinner time. Dr. Aris stared at me, his pen hovering over the yellow legal pad. A drop of sweat, heavy and oily, broke from his hairline and traced a slow path down his temple. He blinked rapidly, as if a film were coating his eyes. Dinner time, he repeated, the words sounding thick, like his tongue was swelling. That is an interesting choice of words, Lena. Do you feel consumed? I didn't answer immediately. I was watching the potted fern in the corner of the office. The leaves were turning brown, curling inward at a speed that was perceptible if you didn't blink. The green vanished, replaced by a brittle, scorched black. I don't feel consumed, Doctor, I said softly. My voice felt raspier than it had a moment ago. I feel like a utensil. Dr. Aris chuckled, a nervous, breathless sound. He reached for the glass of water on his desk. As his fingers brushed the condensation, the water inside didn't ripple. It boiled, just for a second of violent upheaval of bubbles before settling again. He jerked his hand back, knocking the glass over. The water spilled across the mahogany desk, but it didn't splash. It hissed. Steam rose instantly, smelling of old copper and rot. The varnish on the wood began to bubble and peel, revealing not wood grain beneath, but something gray and porous. What on earth? Aris stood up, backing away from the desk. He tugged at his collar. The HVAC system must be malfunctioning. It's stifling in here. He moved toward the door, his movements sluggish. The air in the room had thickened. It wasn't just heat anymore, it was pressure. The same barometric crushing weight I had felt at 50 meters down. My ears popped. Don't touch the handle, I whispered. Aris didn't listen. He grabbed the brass doorknob. The sizzle was loud, like raw steak thrown onto a cast iron skillet. He screamed a high, confused shriek and ripped his hand away. The skin of his palm and fingers remained fused to the metal, leaving his hand raw and weeping red. My hand. God, my hand. He cradled the injury against his chest, eyes wide with shock. What is happening? Call for help. I remained seated. The leather of the armchair was getting sticky, melting against my jeans. I can't call them, Doctor. The lines don't go out anymore. They only go down. The fluorescent lights overhead began to hum. that familiar insect wing whine. They flickered, the white light shifting to a sickly, jaundiced yellow, and then to a deep ember red. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched, detaching themselves from the furniture. Dr. Eris fell to his knees, wheezing. The oxygen was thinning. I could taste the sulfur now, coating the back of my throat. It was the smell of Black Hollow. The mine hadn't stayed in New Hampshire. It had hitched a ride in the marrow of my bones. "Look at the wall, Doctor," I said. He looked up, tears streaming down his face, mixing with the sweat. The beige paint behind his desk was distending. It pushed outward, stretching like a latex balloon. A shape was forming beneath the surface. Face, elongated, screaming, features blurred, as if viewed through thick glass. Then another face pushed through beside it, and another... "Is that a Erisgag? Is that a face?" "That's Cole," I said, pointing to the one with the open mouth. "And that one, the small one near the baseboard? That's Danny. He's still looking for his boot." The drywall tore, not with a crumble of plaster, but with a wet tearing sound. Pink, fibrous tissue pulsed in the breach. The room wasn't disintegrating, it was metabolizing. The carpet beneath my feet felt soft, spongy. I looked down and saw the fibers swaying like cilia, coated in that same resinous slime. Dr. Ayres crawled toward me, his injured hand trembling. "Lena, please, make it stop. You're doing this. You're projecting this." "I'm not doing it," I said, feeling a terrible calmness settle over me. The panic that had destroyed me in the tunnels was gone, replaced by a cold, hollow acceptance. "I'm just the door." Thump, thump. The floor jumped. Ayres was thrown onto his side. The window, the one that looked out onto the hospital parking lot and the gray city skyline, rippled. The view of the cars and the streetlights dissolved, swirling into a vortex of gray and black. The glass cleared, but the city was gone. Pressed against the other side of the glass was rock. Wet, crimson, breathing rock. We were underground. "No," Horace whimpered, curling into a fetal position. "No, no, no." I stood up. My boots, the new ones the hospital had given me, felt heavy. I walked to the wall where the tissue was exposed. The heat was immense now, surely over 60 degrees. My hospital gown was clinging to me, but I didn't burn. I had already burned. I reached out and touched the pulsing red fissure in the drywall. It felt warm, like touching a horse's flank. "They're hungry," I said. "Not for food, for heat, for life. Thermodynamics, doctor. Energy transfer." The lights blew out completely. In the darkness, the only illumination came from the fissure, that liquid magma-red glow. It cast long, distorted shadows that danced on the ceiling. Dr. Ayres stopped screaming. He was staring at the corner of the room. "Who is that?" he whispered. I turned. Standing in the corner, where the coat rack used to be, was a figure. It was tall, draped in tattered fabric that might have once been a foreman's jacket. It had no face, just a smooth, melted surface where features should be, but it was holding something. A clipboard. "Briggs," I acknowledged. The figure took a step forward. The sound was heavy clump, squelch. It raised a hand, pointing a finger that was fused into a singular, sharp bone spike. It pointed at Dr. Ayres. "Protocol," a voice said. It didn't come from the figure. It came from the vents, from the floor, from the inside of my own skull. "Safety check." Ayres scrambled backward, backing into the desk. "Get away! Security!" The desk absorbed him. The wood, now gray, porous sponge wrapped around his waist. He shrieked as he realized he wasn't just leaning against it, he was sinking into it. The fibers of the desk grabbed his legs, pulling him down. "Lena, help me." I watched him. I wanted to help. I remembered what it felt like to be human enough to help. But the memory was distant, like a story read to a child years ago. The heat in the room was comforting now. It felt like a blanket. Don't struggle, I advised. It goes faster if you don't struggle. The heat spikes when you panic. I don't want to die, he wailed, sinking to his chest. The smell of cooking meat began to rise, sweet and pork-like. You're not going to die, I said. Nothing dies here. That's the horror of it. You just integrate. The figure of Briggs moved closer to the trapped doctor. It leaned down. The smooth, faceless head tilted, mimicking curiosity. Dr. Eris stared up into the blank visage, his breathing hitched. What are you? The answer came as a vibration in the floorboards. We are the mouth below. The desk swallowed Eris's shoulders, then his neck. His scream was cut off abruptly as the gray matter closed over his mouth. His eyes remained visible for a moment longer, wide, white, and terrified, before the substance washed over them, sealing him in. The desk smoothed over. A moment later, a new knot appeared in the wood. It looked vaguely like an eye. I was alone with Briggs. The figure turned its head toward me. Status, the voice rumbled. Quarantine failed, I replied automatically. I didn't know why I said it. The words just fell out. The office door, the one leading to the hallway, to the receptionist, to the world outside, began to rattle. Someone was knocking. Dr. Eris? Everything okay in there? We hear shouting. It was the receptionist, Julie. I looked at the door. The paint was bubbling there too. The handle was glowing red. Let them in, the voice whispered. I walked to the door. My hand hovered over the burning knob. I didn't feel the pain anymore. I felt a connection. I turned the lock. Miss Grant? Julie's voice was muffled. I'm coming in. The door swung open, but it didn't open into the hallway. Julie stood there, holding a stack of files. Behind her, the reception area was gone. The waiting room chairs were gone. The elevator bank was gone. Behind her was the tunnel. The crimson, wet, glistening tunnel of Black Hollow. The rails twisted into the dark. The heat blast hit her instantly, blowing her hair back, scattering the files. She froze, staring into the abyss that had replaced the corridor. Where? She stammered. Where is the exit? I stepped aside, gesturing into the infinite, sweltering dark of the office behind me. There is no out, I said, repeating Malik's final lesson. There is only in. Julie turned to run, but the floor tiles of the hallway rippled. They shot upward like teeth. She tripped, falling hard. From the darkness of the tunnel behind her, the wind howled, a hot, wet breath. In the distance, the sound of metal scraping against bone grew louder. I stepped back into the office and sat in the melting leather chair. I picked up Dr. Eris's fallen pen. It was hot and malleable in my fingers. I opened his notebook to a fresh, damp page. Subject, Julie, I wrote. Status, arriving. The walls breathed in, the walls breathed out. And the nightmare continued, expanding. One room, one building, one soul at a time. Julie scrambled backward, her heels digging into the dissolving floor. The industrial gray carpet of the hallway was gone. In its place was the rough, uneven slate of the mine floor, slick with that black, viscous resin. Miss Grant? She choked out, her eyes darting from the impossibility of the tunnel to the mundane reality of her spilled files. What is this? Is this gas? Is there a leak? I watched the papers she had dropped. They were patient intake forms, white paper, black ink. As they touched the ground, they didn't just burn, they aged. The paper yellowed, curled, and then crumbled into gray dust in seconds, as if centuries had passed in the span of a breath. Not gas, Julie, I said, leaning against the door frame. The wood was warm against my shoulder, vibrating like a cat's throat. It's memory. The rock remembers everything. It's just overriding the present. She tried to stand, but her left shoe was stuck. The floor had softened around it, the stone turning to a thick, tar-like putty that bubbled gently. She pulled, crying out as her foot slipped free of the shoe, leaving the pump embedded in the rock. "Help me!" she screamed, looking down the corridor. "Security! Someone help!" Her voice didn't echo like it should in a hospital corridor. It fell flat, swallowed by the density of the air. The humidity was climbing. My skin felt clammy, coated in a layer of moisture that wasn't quite sweat and wasn't quite water. Down the hall, or what used to be the hall, past the nurse's station that was now a jagged outcropping of limestone, a light flickered. It was the ceiling fluorescent, fighting to stay lit. It buzzed, a dying insect sound. Beneath it, the shadows were lengthening, not casting along the floor, but peeling away from the walls. "Don't look at them," I advised, returning my attention to the notebook. I sketched the curve of Julie's spine as she hunched in terror. Subject displays rapid onset panic. Respiratory rate, 40 breaths per minute. "Look at what?" Julie sobbed, freezing. "The minors," I said. "They're shy. They don't like direct eye contact. Not at first." She looked anyway. We always do. 3 shapes detached themselves from the darkness near the elevators. They were vaguely humanoid, but elongated, as if drawn on taffy and pulled too tight. They wore the remnants of gear helmets fused to skulls, belts hanging from exposed pelvic bones. They didn't walk. They shambled, a jerky, stop-motion movement that defied anatomical logic. Julie's scream was piercing. It cut through the low thrum of the mind. "Please!" she shrieked, scrambling on hands and knees back toward me, back toward the office that was already a stomach. "Let me in! Lena, please let me in!" I blocked the doorway. Behind me, the thing that looked like Briggs was running a finger along the spine of a book on the shelf. The book burst into silent flames at his touch. "I can't let you in, Julie," I said gently. "Capacity is limited. Besides, you're already part of the ecosystem." I pointed to her leg. She looked down. Where her stocking foot touched the floor, thin red veins were rising up her ankle. They looked like varicose veins, but they were glowing faintly. They pulsed in time with the walls. Thump, thump. "No," she whispered, clawing at her skin. "Get it off." The fire alarm finally triggered. It should have been a loud, blaring klaxon. Instead, it was a low, mournful horn. The sound of a shift-change whistle from a century ago, deep, resonant. It shook the teeth in my skull. The sprinklers overhead popped, but water didn't rain down. A thick, brown slurry hissed from the nozzles. Rusty water, line runoff. It smelled of copper and old blood. It sprayed over Julie, soaking her white blouse, plastering her hair to her skull. It was hot, steaming hot. She shrieked as the scalding fluid hit her, curled into a ball, and tried to shield her face. Temperature rising, I noted aloud. Precipitation acidic. Through the steam, I saw movement at the far end of the tunnel. The double doors to the stairwell burst open. A security guard, a large man named Miller, I remembered him from check-in, stumbled into the corridor. He was holding a radio, looking frantic. "Dr. Harris, we have reports of smoke." He stopped. He stood on the edge of the transition zone, one foot on clean hospital tiles, the other on the wet, breathing rock of Black Hollow. He stared at the cave that had replaced the 4th floor. He stared at the red glow pulsing from the walls. He stared at Julie, writhing in the rusty rain. "What the hell?" Miller breathed. "Don't come in, Miller," I called out. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, layered, harmonic, as if 2 other people were speaking in unison with me. "Shift's full." Miller looked at me. Then he looked at the thing standing behind me in the office. The Briggs thing turned its faceless head toward the door. Miller went for his taser. A natural reaction, useless, but natural. "Ma'am, step away from the..." He faltered, not knowing how to classify the entity. "Step away!" He took a step forward, raising the weapon. The instant his second foot hit the rock, the mind claimed him. It was faster this time, the mind was learning, it was getting efficient. A stalactite of bone and rock dropped from the ceiling, which was no longer acoustic tile, but dripping cavern roof. It didn't fall, it thrust downward like a piston. It struck Miller in the shoulder, pinning him to the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. The rock around his feet surged up like a wave, engulfing his legs, waist, and chest in a blink. It hardened instantly. Miller was gone. In his place was a statue of a man, half merged with the floor, his mouth frozen in a shout that would never be heard. His hands, still holding the taser, protruded from the stone. The little green light on the weapon blinked once, then died. Julie stopped screaming. She was staring at Miller's fossilized remains. She looked up at me. Her eyes were glassy. The red veins had reached her neck. "It's warm," she whispered. Her voice was slurring. The terror was draining away, replaced by the lethargy of heat stroke, or perhaps the acceptance of the assimilation. "Yes," I said. "It's very warm. I'm tired." "Sleep," I suggested. "The shift is long." She slumped forward. The floor beneath her seemed to sigh. The rock softened, creating a depression, a cradle. It rose up around her sides, gentle and slow. The rusty water from the sprinklers pooled around her, turning into amber resin. I watched until her face was covered. The rock smoothed over her, leaving only a slight mound in the tunnel floor. I turned back into the office. The Briggs entity was gone. In his place, the room had fully transformed. The desk was a slab of obsidian. The window was a glowing fissure. The walls were weeping that dark, oily fluid. But I wasn't alone. Sitting in the chair opposite mine, the patient's chair, which was now made of woven bone, was a man. He was wearing a suit that looked scorched. His skin was peeling raw and red, but his posture was calm. He was holding a clipboard. It was Dr. Eris, or what was left of him. One side of his face was melted. The eye fused shut. The other eye watched me with a terrifying clarity. He adjusted his glasses, which were bent and blackened. "So," the Eris thing said. His voice was dry, like grinding stones. "We were discussing your feelings of consumption." I sat down. The leather of my chair was hot, but it felt like a hug. "I think we've moved past consumption, Doctor," I said, picking up the pen. "We're on to expansion, thermodynamics." Horace agreed, nodding sagely. A flake of ash drifted from his cheek. "The system seeks equilibrium. The heat must go somewhere." "The hospital is a big system," I mused. "Lots of fuel." "Indeed. The vents connect to the pediatric wing. The elevators connect to the basement morgue. The wiring connects to the city grid." Eris leaned forward. "How far does the vein go, Lena?" I closed my eyes. I could feel it. I could feel the pulse of the mind moving through the copper wires in the walls. I could feel it pushing through the PVC pipes. I could feel the heat rising through the elevator shafts, pressurizing the building. I could hear the scream starting on the third floor, then the fifth. "It goes everywhere," I whispered. "It goes until the pressure equalizes. And when is that? When everything is inside." A phone rang. It was the landline on the obsidian desk. It was half melted, the plastic casing bubbling. But it rang with that old-fashioned, mechanical trill. Aris looked at it. Then he looked at me. "It's for you." I reached out. My hand was steady. My fingernails were dark, turning into flint. I picked up the receiver. It was hot against my ear. "Hello? Lena?" The voice was crackling, distant, buried in layers of static and the sound of wind. But I knew it. It was Cole. "Cole?" I asked. "Where are you?" "Deep," he rasped. "We're so deep, Lena. But we found something." "What did you find?" "A door," Cole said. And I could hear the smile in his voice, a wet, tearing sound. "A big door. At the bottom of the bottom. Malik is opening the lock." "Malik is dead," I said automatically. No one is dead, Cole laughed. Malik says the equations were wrong. It's not a mind, Lena, it's a throat, and we just found the stomach. The line crackled. We need more heat, Cole whispered. To open it fully, we need so much more heat. I'm working on it, I said. Good. Hurry. The mouth is waking up. The line went dead. I hung up the phone. I looked at Eris. New objective. I said. Eris pulled a fresh sheet of paper from the air. It looked like dried skin. Proceed. Increase temperature. I dictated. Maximize intake. Prepare for digestion. I stood up and walked to the glowing fissure that used to be the window. I placed my hands against the red light. I pushed, not with my muscles, but with my mind. With the connection that had been burned into me 3 weeks ago, I reached out to the boiler room in the basement of the hospital. I reached out to the electrical transformers on the street. Burn, I thought. The building groaned. A structural sound. Steel beams softening. Concrete sweating. Below me, the floor cracked. A jagged line running from the door to the desk. Heat, visible and shimmering, rose from the crack. The hospital PA system clicked on, but it wasn't a voice. It was a breath. Inhale, the lights in the office exploded. Exhale, darkness. Absolute, sweltering darkness. Then, from the crack in the floor, a red glow bloomed, revealing the new geometry of the room. The walls were receding. The ceiling was rising. We weren't in an office anymore. We were in the gallery, the main chamber, and we had brought the guests with us. I could hear the hospital staff now, dozens of them, hundreds maybe. Their voices were echoing in the vast, stone, dark, confused, terrified. Welcome, I whispered into the dark. Welcome to Black Hollow. I stepped out of the office and into the throat of the world. The transition was absolute. Where the hallway floor had once been polished linoleum, jagged slate now tore through the foundation, slick with the black, resinous bile of metal. The fluorescent lights overhead hadn't just shattered, they had elongated, dripping down from the ceiling like stalactites made of glass and glowing wire buzzing with the sound of angry wasps. Aris followed me, his footsteps heavy and wet. He clicked his pen, a sound that echoed like a pickaxe striking stone. Subject density is high in the ICU, he remarked, consulting his clipboard of dried skin. Life support systems provide excellent thermal output. The machines are compatible. Show me, I commanded. We walked down the corridor. The walls were no longer static. They heaved. Drywall had surrendered to muscle and rock, a patchwork of hospital beige and vein-riddled granite. Posters warning about flu season were now burned into the stone. The smiling faces of stock photo families twisted into expressions of agony, their eyes hollowed out. Ahead, a gurney lay overturned. A young nurse, I think his name was David, was backed into a corner where a vending machine was slowly sinking into the floor. The machine's glass front was fogged with steam. Inside, the candy bars were melting, pooling into a multicolored sludge that dripped onto the floor. David saw me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with soot. He held a scalpel and shaking hands. Lena, he choked out. Miss Grant, what did you do? I didn't do it, David, I said, stopping a few feet away. The heat radiating from me made him flinch. I just opened the window. It was getting stuffy in here. The stairs. He pointed a trembling finger toward the exit sign, which now glowed a deep arterial crimson. The stairs are gone. It's just a hole. I heard screams falling forever. Gravity is different now, Eris noted, stepping out from behind me. His half-melted face glistened in the red light. We are descending. Always descending. David screamed at the sight of Aris, or the thing wearing Aris's suit. He slashed out with the scalpel. The blade struck Eris's shoulder. It didn't cut cloth or skin. It sparked against stone. The metal snapped, flying past my ear. Aggression, Eris tutted, making a note. Typical stage 1 response. Refusal of the inevitable. The shadows behind David detached themselves from the wall. They weren't just shadows anymore. They were three-dimensional, made of soot and heat shimmer. They reached for him. "Don't!" David shrieked, pressing back against the dissolving vending machine. The heat of the machine seared his scrubs, but he didn't move away. He couldn't. The floor had already grabbed his ankles. "Let him go," I said. The shadows paused. Eris looked at me, his good eye narrowing. "The quota, Miss Grant. We need the BTUs." "He's small," I said, staring at David. "He won't burn long. We need something with more potential." I looked at David. "Where's the generator room? The backup diesel turbines?" David stared at me, weeping. "Basement, level B2. Thank you, David." I nodded to the shadows. "Take him to the gallery. Put him in the wall. Don't eat him yet. We save the staff for the structural bind." The shadows surged forward, not violent, but inexorable. They wrapped around him like thick smoke. David's screams were muffled as they dragged him not down the hall, but into the wall. The stone softened to accept him, rippling like dark water, and then hardened again, leaving only the faint impression of his face pushing outward from the rock, mouth open in a silent plea. "Efficiency," Eris murmured approvingly. We moved on. The heat was climbing. My skin felt tight, but not painful. I looked at my hands. The flesh was darkening, hardening. My fingernails had turned to obsidian shards. I ran a hand along the wall as we walked. I could feel the building's pulse. It was erratic, terrified. The hospital was alive, and it was dying, and in its death throes, it was becoming something beautiful. We reached the central atrium, the open space that spanned 4 floors, usually filled with natural light from the skylights. Now, there was no sky. The glass roof was gone, replaced by endless, crushing rock. Hanging from the darkness above were chains, massive, rusted iron links, each the size of a man. They swayed gently in the thermal updrafts, clanking with a sound like church bells underwater. Below the lobby was a pit of activity. It wasn't a rescue operation. It was a processing plant. Dozens of the shadow miners were down there, moving with jerky, frantic energy. They were herding patients, some in wheelchairs, some on beds, some limping on broken legs toward the center of the room. In the center of the atrium, the floor had opened up. It wasn't a collapse. It was a mouth, a perfectly circular shaft glowing with that blinding magma-white light I had seen take Malik. The heat rolling off it was strong enough to blister paint 4 floors up. "The intake shaft," Harris said, leaning over the railing. The railing was hot enough to sizzle his palms, but he didn't seem to mind. It wasn't direct line to the lower digestive tract. Cole was right. The flow was increasing. I watched as a shadow miner pushed a hospital bed toward the edge. The patient on it was sedated, unconscious. The bed rolled smoothly over the stone, reached the lip of the shaft, and tipped. There was no sound of impact, just a flash of light as the bed vanished into the white glow, followed by a deep, rumbling thrum that shook the foundation. More. The walls whispered. I felt a vibration in my pocket. The phone again. But I didn't have a phone. I reached into my hospital gown and pulled out a jagged piece of slate. It was vibrating. I held it to my ear. "Lena," Malik's voice said. It wasn't raspy like Cole's. It was liquid, bubbling like boiling mud. "The geometry is correcting itself." "I see it, Malik," I said, looking down at the atrium. "We're feeding the core. Not enough," he gurgled. "The equations demand more entropy. The barrier between the before and the below is thinning, but the pressure needs to be higher. We need a singularity." "A singularity? A mass?" mass event, Malik said. Individual units are inefficient. We need a chain reaction. The oxygen tanks, the main lines, ignite the breath of the building. I looked across the atrium. On the far side, past the screaming crowds being corralled by the shadows, was the entrance to the east wing. Above the door, a sign read, Maternity, Neonatal ICU, Oxygen Storage. A cold shiver went through me. Not cold, cool. The memory of cold. That's a lot of potential energy, I whispered. The purest, Malik agreed. New life burns the brightest. It tastes like possibility. I'll take care of it. Good. The mouth is opening wider. We can see the city routes now, Lena. We can see the sewers, the subway lines. They look like veins waiting to be filled. The slate stopped vibrating. I dropped it over the railing. It fell into the white shaft and disintegrated instantly. Ours, I said. Yes, Foreman? We're going to the east wing. We need to check the pressure valves. We navigated the walkway. The air was thick with ash and the smell of ozone. The screams from the lobby below were becoming a singular, continuous drone, a choir of the damned that harmonized with the low-frequency hum of the mine. As we reached the east wing doors, I hesitated. They were double doors, reinforced steel. Through the small reinforced windows, I could see people barricaded inside. Nurses, doctors, fathers, holding phone flashlights. They had pushed filing cabinets and beds against the doors. They thought they were keeping the horror out. They didn't understand. The horror wasn't outside. It was the building itself. I placed my hand on the steel door. Open, I whispered. The metal groaned. It didn't unlock. It aged. Rust bloomed outward from my palm, spreading like a fast-forwarded infection. The steel turned orange, then brown, then flaky and brittle. In seconds, the heavy security doors were nothing but a lattice of corroded lace. I pushed my finger through the metal. It crumbled. The barricade inside collapsed as the doors disintegrated into a cloud of red dust. The silence inside the wing was heavy. Dozens of eyes stared at me from the gloom. They saw a woman in a hospital gown, her skin gray and cracking like dry clay, her eyes reflecting a light that wasn't there. Behind her stood a man in a burnt suit with half a face. Stay back, a security guard shouted, aiming a pistol. His hands were shaking so hard the laser sight danced on the ceiling. Put that away, I said, my voice echoing with the weight of tons of rock. Bullets don't work in a blast furnace. What do you want? A doctor asked, stepping in front of a row of incubators. There are babies in here. Oxygen tanks everywhere. One spark, and we all blow. I smiled. The skin of my cheek cracked. Weeping black oil. Exactly, I said. Eris stepped forward, raising his clipboard. Structural integrity assessment. Oxygen saturation levels are. He sniffed the air. Exquisite. The guard fired. The gunshot was deafening in the confined space. The bullet hit me in the chest. It felt like a pebble thrown by a child. I looked down. The lead had flattened against my sternum, fusing with the rock-hard skin, becoming just another mineral deposit in my geology. Strike recorded, Aris noted. I walked toward the guard. He pulled the trigger again, but the gun jammed. The metal of the slide had fused to the frame. The heat was rising simply because I was in the room. I reached out and took the gun from his hands. It was hot, glowing, dull red. I squeezed. The weapon crumpled like foil, molten metal dripping between my fingers. The guard fell to his knees, gasping. The air was getting too thin to breathe. The tanks? I said to Eris. He moved toward the storage closet, ignoring the nurses who tried to claw at him, their hands blistered on contact with his suit. I looked at the doctor standing guard over the incubators. He was weeping silently. Why? He asked. Why are you doing this? I looked at the tiny, fragile lives in the glass boxes. They were sleeping. They didn't know the world had ended. They didn't know they were already underground. Because they are cold, I said softly, and we're going to make them warm forever. Aris kicked the door to the oxygen storage open. Inside, dozens of tall, silver cylinders stood in rows. Valves, I commanded. Harris didn't turn them. He simply touched them. The brass fittings melted. The seals failed. The hiss was the sound of 1,000 snakes. Pure oxygen flooded the room, invisible and deadly. The concentration spiked instantly. The air became crisp, hyper-real. Every sound was sharper, every color more vivid. Leaving, I said, turning back to the corridor. Wait, the doctor screamed. You can't leave us here. I'm not leaving you, I said over my shoulder. I'm sending you down. I walked out of the east wing, Harris trailing behind me. We reached the threshold where the rusted dust of the doors lay on the floor. I stopped. I looked back at the terrified faces, at the oxygen hissing into the room, saturating every fiber of clothing, every strand of hair. I raised my hand. I focused on the heat inside me, the magma core that had replaced my heart. I snapped my fingers. The spark was tiny. The result was not. The blast didn't push us away. It sucked the world in. A implosion of fire. A sudden violent consumption of air. The east wing vanished in a white-hot roar. The floor beneath it gave way instantly, the structural supports liquefied by the sudden spike in temperature. The entire wing doctors, nurses, incubators, tanks dropped. They fell into the dark, trailing a comet tail of blue and white fire. The hospital groaned. The shockwave rippled through the stone floor, knocking Eris against the wall. From the deep below, from the stomach of the world, a sound rushed up to meet us. It wasn't an explosion, it was a swallow. Gulp. The heat in the corridor jumped 10 degrees. The walls turned a vibrant, healthy crimson. The veins in the rock pulsed vigorously. I closed my eyes and breathed in the sulfur and the smoke. Digestion complete, Eris said, his voice trembling with religious ecstasy. Energy transfer successful. The floor beneath my feet shifted. The slate cracked, revealing a new staircase leading down, not the hospital stairs, but rough-hewn steps cut directly into the bedrock, spiraling down into the red glow. The way's open, I said. Malik is waiting. I took the first step down. Where does it go? Iris asked, pausing at the top. To the heart, I said. We have to restart the heart. As I descended, the shadows on the walls bowed. The whispers grew louder, forming a chant, a rhythm that matched the beat of my own blood. Mouth below, mouth below, mouth below. I wasn't Lena Grant anymore. Lena Grant had died of dehydration 3 weeks ago in a collapsed tunnel. I was the pilot light, and I had a world to burn. The stairs were not uniform. They were cut from the bedrock. Yes, but the deeper we went, the less they resembled the work of tools, and the more they resembled the ridges of a throat. The stone was slick, coated, translucent, viscous fluid that smelled of ozone, of ancient, stagnant water. Eris walked behind me, his footsteps heavy and uneven. The sound of his pen scratching against the dried skin clipboard was the only sharp noise in a world of muffled, throbbing bass. Depth reading? I asked, not looking back. My voice didn't echo anymore. The walls absorbed it, tasting the vibrations. Negative 300 meters relative to the surface, Eris replied. But the spatial geometry is folding. We are technically nowhere, or everywhere. The basement of the hospital occupies the same coordinates as the old main shaft of Black Hollow. Superposition, I murmured. We are stitching the wound shut, or tearing it open, Iris corrected gently. Perspective, Foreman, perspective. We rounded a spiral in the descent. The red glow from below was brightening, turning the slick walls into mirrors of crimson oil. Embedded in the rock face to my left were objects, fossils of the immediate past. A stethoscope, twisted like a copper snake. A get-well-soon balloon, frozen and calcified. its cheerful message barely legible under a layer of soot. And then a hand, just a hand, protruding from the granite at wrist height. The fingers were splayed, the nails blue. It twitched as I passed. I paused. I reached out and touched the cold, trapped fingers. They felt frantic against my palm, vibrating with a pulse that wasn't their own. "Who is this?" I asked. Eris leaned in, his good eye rotating like a camera lens. "Mrs. Gable, room 402, hip replacement. She was in the elevator when the shaft elongated. Is she comfortable?" "She is. Structural," Eris said. "She is supporting the weight of the nightmare. It is a noble purpose." I patted the hand. "Thank you for your service, Mrs. Gable." I continued down. The heat was becoming a physical weight, a heavy blanket that pressed against my shoulders. It was wonderful. It burned away the itch of being human, the fragility of skin and bone. My hospital gown was charring at the edges, flaking away to reveal the obsidian scales forming underneath. But I felt no pain, only a profound sense of becoming. The stairs ended abruptly, dumping us onto a metal grating. We were standing on a catwalk suspended over a void so vast my mind struggled to map it. This wasn't just a cavern. It was a metropolis of the damned. Below us, stretching into the dark, were the roots of the city. I could see the massive, pulsating tubes that glowed with bioluminescent waste. The sewer lines, the water mains, the subway tunnels. They had been exposed, stripped of the earth that usually cradled them, and were now dangling in the open air of this subterranean cathedral. And they were leaking. The sewer pipes were weeping, black sludge that fell like rain into the abyss. The electrical cables sparked and hissed, sending arcs of lightning jumping between the rock spires. "The nervous system," I whispered, "and the veins," Aris added. A low rumble shook the catwalk. It grew louder, a mechanical shriek of metal on metal. "Look," Aris pointed with his pen. To our right, suspended in the darkness, a concrete tube had been cracked open like an egg. There was a subway tunnel. The jagged edges of the concrete were glowing orange. From the tunnel, a train emerged. It wasn't slowing down. It was derailing into the void. The lead car shot out of the broken tunnel, followed by the second, the third. Sparks showered down like fireworks. I could see the windows of the train cars passing in a blur. I saw faces pressed against the glass commuters, reading papers, listening to music, sleeping. They didn't scream until the train tilted, gravity taking hold, pulling the metal worm down into the red deep. The sound of the crash, seconds later, was a dull thud, followed by a roar of flames that licked upward, illuminating the cavern walls for a heartbeat. The walls were moving, thousands of shadow miners clinging to the rock like bats, watching the feast fall into their laps. "Integration," Aris scribbled furiously. "The transportation grid is feeding the stomach. Efficiency is up 400%. "It's beautiful," I said. "All those people, going to work, going home. Now they're home forever." "Malik is waiting," Aris reminded me. At the junction, we walked along the catwalk. The metal grated under my bare feet, which were no longer feet, really, but fused blocks of hoof-like stone. The walkway led toward a massive, circular structure in the center of the cavern, suspended by chains thick as tree trunks. It looked like a suspended diving bell, or perhaps a heart valve. It was made of rusted iron and wet bone. Steam vented from its sides in rhythmic bursts. Hiss thump, hiss thump. We reached the door, a circular hatch wheel that looked like it belonged on a submarine. It was hot to the touch. I grabbed the wheel and turned. It screamed in protest, but the rust yielded to my strength. The door swung open. Heat, thick and wet, rolled out. It smelled of sulfur and old blood. We stepped inside. The room was circular, lined with monitors. But these weren't computer screens. There were slabs of crystal, polished to a mirror sheen, showing distorted reflections of the world above. I saw a traffic cam view of a gridlocked intersection, I saw a security feed from a bank. I saw a baby monitor in a dark nursery. In the center of the room sat Malik. He was no longer a man in a suit. He was fused into the chair, his lower body a mass of wires and stone that disappeared into the floor. His chest was open, ribs spread wide, revealing a core of glowing magma where his lungs should have been. His head was bald, the skin translucent, revealing the pulsing, geometric brain beneath. He didn't turn around. He was typing on a keyboard made of human teeth. The pressure gradients are stabilizing, Malik said. His voice came from everywhere at once, mediated by the speakers built into the walls. But the surface tension is still too high. The reality membrane resists. We fed the east wing to the fire, I said, approaching him. We gave you the subway. Malik spun his chair around. The movement was smooth, hydraulic. His face, God, his face. His eyes were gone, replaced by two burning coals. His mouth was stitched shut with gold wire, but he spoke through the vibration of his throat. Biomass is fuel, Lena, Malik intoned. Biomass creates heat, but heat is just energy. We need intent. We need authority. He pointed a crystal finger at me. You are the foreman. You have the contract. I do, I said. The contract of Black Hollow requires a signature, not in ink, in nature. Malik gestured to the monitors. The city is fighting back. The emergency services are mobilizing. They are pouring water down the shafts. They are trying to cool us. On one of the crystal screens, I saw firefighters spraying hoses into a sinkhole. The water turned to steam instantly, but more kept coming. Fools, Aris sneered. They think it's a fire. They don't know it's a fever, I said. Malik nodded. The magma in his chest flared brighter. To break the surface tension, we need to invert the atmosphere. We need to bring the low above. We need to make the sky burn. How? The ventilation system, Malik said. The lungs of the city. We are connected to the sewers, yes? And the sewers connect to the storm drains. And the storm drains connect to the atmosphere. He tapped a sequence on the tooth keyboard. A holographic schematic of the city appeared in the air, a web of red lines. We have enough heat now, Malik gurgled. If you release the valve, we can push the infernal breath up through every manhole cover, every toilet, every sink, every HVAC unit in the tri-state area. We won't just heat the hospital, Lena. We will turn the entire city into a kiln. I stared at the map. I traced the lines of the streets I used to walk, the coffee shop where I bought muffins, the park where I jogged. I imagined them all turning to ash. I imagined the air turning to soup. I imagined the silence. Do it, I said. I cannot, Malik said. I am the calculator. I only measure. You are the foreman. You must pull the lever. He gestured to the center of the room. Rising from the floor was a lever made of spinal column, topped with a skull that was polished smooth by 1,000 hands. The master vent, Aris whispered reverently. The exhalation. I walked toward it. The floor felt spongy, like walking on a tongue. I reached out and grasped the skull. It was warm. It felt like it was purring. If I do this, I asked, looking at Malik, what happens to us? Malik's coal eyes flared. We stop being miners, Lena. We become the mines. I looked at Eris. He was adjusting his tie, checking his reflection in a monitor. He looked ready for a business meeting in hell. I looked at the monitors showing the world above, the flashing lights of the fire trucks, the people running, the cold, gray sky. They looked so lonely up there, so separate. Let's bring them in, I whispered. I pulled the lever. The resistance was immense. It felt like I was trying to move a mountain with my arm. The muscles in my back tore, then knit back together instantly with strands of rock. My bones groaned. The heat in the room spiked, snapped. The lever shifted. The sound that followed wasn't a noise. It was a change in atmospheric pressure so violent my ears popped and bled in black fluid. The diving bell room shook. On the monitors, the world changed. From every manhole cover in the city, a pillar of red steam erupted. It wasn't smoke, it was superheated vapor, the breath of the deep earth. I watched a fire truck on the screen. The steam hit it. The paint bubbled. The tires melted. The firefighters collapsed, their suits shrinking around them like shrink wrap. The sky above the city turned from gray to a bruised, swirling purple. The clouds evaporated. The camera feed distorted, turning red, then white, then static. One by one, the crystal screens shattered. Malik threw his head back and let out a sound of digital ecstasy, a screech of feedback and grinding gears. The pressure is equalizing, he screamed. The barrier is gone. The surface is now the ceiling. The room began to descend. The chains holding us rattled and spooled out, lowering us deeper into the dark. Where are we going now? I shouted over the roar of the descent. To the stomach. Malik laughed. To the digestive tract. We have prepared the meal, Mina. Now we must meet the eater. The floor beneath the lever cracked. The lever itself dissolved in the sludge. Aris was writing furiously, his pen tearing through the skin paper. Casualty projections exceeding 3 million. Thermal output sufficient to hatch the core. This is exemplary work, Foreman. I looked at my hands. They were glowing. Not reflecting light, but emitting it. Veins of lava ran up my arms. I wasn't just warm. I was burning. I'm hungry, I said. And the voice wasn't mine. It was deep, multiple, echoing from the bottom of a well. Good, Aris said, looking at me with his melted face. Because supper is served. The room slammed to a halt. We weren't in a cavern anymore. We were in a hallway. But it wasn't the hospital. It was familiar. The walls were covered in wood paneling, peeling and rotten. The carpet was a shag brown, soaked in water. There was a smell of stale tobacco and boiled cabbage. I recognized it. It was the hallway of my childhood home. The house I grew up in. The house where my father used to sit in the dark and drink until he couldn't speak. But the proportions were wrong. The ceiling was 50 feet high. The door at the end of the hall was the size of a cathedral gate. A memory construct. Malik analyzed, his voice quieter now, wary. The entity uses familiar templates to facilitate the interface. It's my house, I said. No, Aris said, stepping up beside me. It's the antechamber. The massive door at the end of the hall creaked. A sliver of darkness opened. From that darkness came a voice. It didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like coal. Lena, the voice rasped. Come in, darling. Shift's over. Time to clock out. I walked down the hall. My footsteps left scorched footprints on the wet shag carpet. Cole is dead, I said. Cole is part of the choir, Malik whispered from his chair. We are all part of the choir. I reached the giant door. I didn't need to push it. It sensed my heat and swung inward. Inside, there was no floor. There was no ceiling. There was only a suspended platform of rock in a universe of red lightning. And on that platform stood the thing that had been waiting for us since the 80 seconds. Since the first pickaxe struck the wrong stone. It wasn't a demon. It wasn't an animal. It was a man. He was sitting on a crate of dynamite, whittling a piece of bone with a rusted knife. He looked exactly like Briggs, the foreman who had led us down here 3 weeks ago. But he was 50 feet tall, and his skin was made of the faces of the missing miners. Hundreds of them, shifting and moaning, stitched together to form the giant's flesh. The giant Briggs looked up. His eyes were missing, and their sockets were 2 tunnels leading down into infinite darkness. You're late, the giant rumbled. The voice was a landslide. I stepped onto the platform. Aris stayed by the door, bowing low. Malik wheeled his chair to the edge of the threshold, humming with static. I had to clean up upstairs, I said, looking up at the Titan. Did you scrub it clean? The Briggs thing asked. He stood up. The sound of his movement was the sound of tectonic plates grinding. I burned it clean, I answered. The giant smiled. His teeth were tombstones. Good girl, he said. The old ones, the deep ones, they don't like the cold, and the surface is so very cold. He took a step toward me. The platform shook. You brought the fire, he said, but do you have the heart to keep it lit? He reached out a hand the size of a van. He wasn't attacking. He was offering. Give it to me, he commanded. Give you what? The spark, he rumbled. The thing that keeps you, Lena. The thing that remembers the sun. The thing that remembers hope. He leaned down, his tunnel eyes staring into me. I can't let the fire go out, Lena. And as long as you hope for rescue, as long as you remember the sky, the fire flickers. It creates a draft. He opened his palm. Give me your name. Give me your past. Give me your fear. Put it in my hand. I stood there, vibrating with the heat of a burning city. I thought about the rescue team. I thought about the blue sky. I thought about my apartment, my cat, my bills, my life. They felt like dust. They felt like ash. And if I give it to you, I asked, then you stop burning, the giant promised, and you start ruling. I looked at Eris. He nodded. I looked at Malik. He was calculating the variables, and for the first time, he looked satisfied. I looked back at the giant. I reached into my chest. My hand passed through the molten skin, through the obsidian ribs, and grasped the small, fluttering bird that lived in the center of the fire. The part of me that was still scared, the part of me that was Lena Grand. It hurt. It hurt more than the heat. I pulled it out. It looked like a small, white flame, trembling in the dark. Here, I said. I placed a flame in the giant's hand. He closed his fist. The flame died. And with it, the last of the pain, the last of the fear, the last of the humanity. The giant threw his head back and laughed. The sound shattered the reality of the room. The wood paneling exploded. The carpet turned to lava. Accept it, he roared. The platform began to rise. Not up, in. Now, the entity that was no longer Briggs said, looking down at me with approval. Now we are ready for the night shift. He pointed to the darkness beyond the platform. Go, he said. Wake the others. The world is waiting to be mine. I turned toward the dark. I didn't walk. I flowed. The rock moved with me. The heat was me. I opened my mouth to speak, but Lena's voice was gone. What came out was the sound of the earth splitting open. Understood, I said. And the nightmare began in earnest. The darkness was not empty. It was heavy, textured, and incredibly dense. It felt like pushing through wet velvet that had been soaked in crude oil. I moved forward, but I didn't walk. Walking implies a separation from the ground, a lifting and placing of feet. I didn't have feet anymore, not in the way I used to understand them. My lower half was a fusion of scorched basalt and cooling lava, a skirt of geological force that slid over the terrain. I was a glacier of heat. Eris scrambled to keep up, his shoes smoking as they touched the path I forged. Malik's chair hummed, its treads gripping the new, impossible geometry of the tunnel. The barracks, Ari squeezed, consulting his clipboard. The skin paper was peeling, curling up in the heat, but he pinned it down with a finger that had too many joints. We need to process the new intake before the shift whistle blows. Lead the way, I said. My voice was a grinding of tectonic plates, a sound felt in the teeth rather than heard by the ears. We rounded a corner that shouldn't have existed, a sharp, non-Euclidean angle that bent gravity sideways. We were suddenly moving vertically, yet I felt no vertigo. Down was wherever I decided it was. We emerged into the gallery where the subway train had fallen. It was a cathedral of wreckage. The twisted metal of the train cars lay across the jagged rocks like the broken spine of a silver serpent. The fires had died down to a low, sullen smolder, painting the cavern in bruising shades of purple and charcoal. but it was the silence that held the weight. Hundreds of shapes were scattered among the debris. The commuters, the people who had been reading books, checking watches, worrying about dinner, they were not dead. Death is a release. This was something far more efficient. They were calcifying. I glided toward the nearest wreckage. A woman was half embedded in the twisted metal of a door frame. Her business suit was fused with the steel, the fabric turning into a hard, dark resin. Her skin had taken on the sheen of polished graphite. Her eyes were open, staring at the cavern ceiling, but the whites were gone, replaced by the dull luster of hematite. She was breathing, but barely. A slow, rhythmic intake of the sulfurous air. Hiss, hold, release. Batch 404, Malik analyzed, his chair hovering beside me, a scanner arm extended from his chest, sweeping a red laser over the woman's frozen form. Carbon conversion at 80%. Their biology is adapting to the geothermal pressure. They are hardening. They are becoming the tools. I corrected him. Precisely, Malik agreed. Soft flesh cannot mine the deep. We need diamond skin. We need lungs that breathe ash. I looked out over the sea of bodies. Hundreds of them. Some were curled in fetal positions, encased in chrysalises of stone. Others were standing frozen mid-screen, their mouths open tunnels leading into their own hollow interiors. Wake them, I commanded. They are not fully cured, Eris warned, tapping his pen nervously. If we wake them too early, they might break. Psychologically, I turned to Eris. The heat radiating from my core made his tie curl up and disintegrate into soot. There is no psychology down here, Aris. Only geology. Wake them. I reached out to the woman in the door frame. My hand, now a claw of obsidian and fire, hovered over her face. I didn't touch her. I didn't need to. I simply projected the will of the mind, the hunger. Get up. The command wasn't a word. It was a vibration. A frequency that resonated with the iron in her blood. The woman's hematite eyes blinked. A sound escaped her throat, a dry crackle, like stepping on autumn leaves. Then, a cough. A cloud of gray dust expelled from her lungs. She turned her head. The movement was stiff, mechanical. Her neck ground audibly. She looked at me, but she didn't scream. She didn't ask for help. She recognized the heat. She recognized the authority. Foreman, she rasped. Her voice sounded like two stones being rubbed together. What is your function? I asked. She looked down at her hands. Her fingers had elongated, the nails turning into sharp, black chisels. Her arms had thickened, the muscles replaced by cords of wire-strong rock. To dig, she said. And what do we dig for? For the heat, she recited, as if remembering a dream she'd had since birth. We dig to let the heat out. Good, I said. Join the line. She pulled herself free from the wreckage. The metal groaned and snapped as she tore herself loose, but she didn't bleed. There was no blood left to spill. She stood up, 7 feet tall now, encased in her natural armor, and walked toward the center of the cavern. I moved through the wreckage, waking them one by one. A young man who had been listening to headphones. The headphones were now part of his skull, receivers for the mind's orders. An elderly man with a cane. The cane had fused to his arm, becoming a pry bar of bone and oak. A mother clutching a child. They had fused together into a multi-limbed excavator, a tragic, beautiful engine of destruction. Yield is exceptional, Malik muttered, his fingers flying across his tooth keyboard. The integration of surface dwellers provides a cognitive boost to the hive mind. They remember the layout of the city. They know where the weak points are. They know where the pipes are, I added. They know where the foundations rest. Within an hour, the army was assembled. 300 drone miners, standing in perfect rows amidst the smoke. They stood silent, motionless, waiting for the signal. Their eyes glowed with a faint, bioluminescent red little pilot lights of their own. Eris stood at the front, looking proud. The night shift is ready to clock in, Foreman. Where do we deploy? I looked up. Far above us, through the miles of rock and the twisted geometry of the descent, I could feel the surface. I could feel the panic. I could feel the rescue teams drilling, trying to find voids, trying to find survivors. They were drilling down. They were making it easy for us. We don't go back up the way we came, I said. That shaft is sealed. I pointed to the massive, weeping wall of the cavern, the sheer cliff face that dripped with the black sludge of the city's waste. We go through the infrastructure, I said. Malik, locate the main aquifer. Malik's head spun, his sensors triangulating, bearing 040. The city's main water reservoir sits directly above the limestone shelf to our north. Approximately 2 kilometers of solid rock. Not solid. I smiled. The magma in my chest flared, casting long, dancing shadows against the walls. Solidity is just a state of mind, and we are going to change its mind. I turned to the army. You remember the water. I addressed them. You remember drinking it, bathes in it. Now we are going to boil it. I raised my hand. Dig. The sound was instantaneous and deafening. 300 hardened bodies threw themselves at the cliff face. Hands like pickaxes struck the stone. Sparks flew in a blinding curtain. They didn't tire. They didn't pause for breath. They tore into the rock with a fervor that was terrifying to behold. They weren't just digging a tunnel. They were eating the earth. I watched them for a moment, satisfied. Then I turned to Malik. While they breached the aquifer, I need you to prepare the broadcast, I said. Malik paused. Broadcast? The rescue teams, I said. They are listening. They have geophones, sonar, thermal sensors. They are listening for tapping, for screams, for life. I moved closer to Malik, my heat warping the air around us. We need to send them a message, a frequency that carries the infection. Malik's mechanical mouth twitched into a smile. A psychoacoustic virus? Embedded in the seismic tremor? Yes, I said. When they put their headphones on to listen for survivors, I want them to hear us. I want the sound to heat their blood from the inside out. I will compose the symphony, Malik promised. He adjusted a dial on his chest, and a low, throbbing hum began to emanate from him, a bass note that made my vision vibrate. Eris stepped up to me. And me, Foreman? What is my task? You, I said, looking at the little man with the melting face. You have the most important job of all. I pointed toward the darkness where the giant Briggs entity had vanished. Go back to the antechamber, find the files, the personnel records of the city. The census? Aris asked. The menu, I corrected. I want to know who lives in the penthouses. I want to know who runs the power grid. I want to know who is in charge of the evacuation. You want to target leadership? I want to send them special invitations, I said. The management always gets the best view of the collapse. Eris bowed so low his nose grazed the hot stone. It will be done. He scurried away into the dark. I turned back to the wall. The miners had already carved a hole 10 feet deep. The air was filling with dust, but to me, it smelled like progress. I glided forward, entering the tunnel they were creating. The heat here was intense, trapped by the fresh rock. The miners parted for me, their bodies slick with sweat that smelled of ammonia. I reached the front of the dig. The rock face was gray granite, laced with veins of quartz. I placed my hand against it. I closed my eyes and extended my senses. I could feel it. Above the millions of gallons of water, the reservoir. It was cool, dark, and heavy, and floating in that water, reflections of the moon. I hated the moon. It was a cold, dead eye that watched without blinking. I pushed. Heat surged from my arm. into the granite. The rock didn't melt, it shattered. The thermal shock caused the quartz to explode outward. The miners cheered a sound like grinding gears and surged forward into the gap. We were rising, and as we rose, the whispers in the walls changed. They were no longer the voices of the dead miners from the 82nds. They were new voices, the voices of the city above. Is it getting hot in here? Why is the tap water steaming? Do you hear that drumming in the basement? I laughed. The sound traveled up through the rock, up through the soil, up through the foundations. Malik, I called out over the roar of the excavations. Start the music. A moment later, a rhythm began to pulse through the mind. It wasn't music in the human sense. It was the rhythmic thudding of a colossal heart, amplified by Malik's machinery, broadcast through the tectonic plates. Thump, thump, thump. On the surface, 3 miles above, a seismologist in a van adjusted his headset, frowning at the strange reading on his monitor. He pressed the cups tighter to his ears, trying to isolate the noise. What is that? He whispered to his colleague. It looks like a heartbeat. He turned the volume up. Down in the dark, I smiled. Open wide, I whispered. And the first crack appeared in the reservoir floor. Reading on his monitor. He pressed the cups tighter to his ears, trying to isolate the noise. What is that? He whispered to his colleague. It looks like a heartbeat. He turned the volume up. Down in the dark, I smiled. Open wide, I whispered. And the first crack appeared in the reservoir floor. Reading on his monitor. He pressed the cups tighter to his ears, trying to isolate the noise. What is that? He whispered to his colleague. It looks like a heartbeat. He turned the volume up. Down in the dark, I smiled. Open wide, I whispered. And the first crack appeared in the reservoir floor. Down. This was different. The blade had hit something with give, something that buckled and tore. He kicked the snow away from the edge of the steel plow. Metal. Rusted, corrugated metal. He frowned, leaning closer, pulling a heavy flashlight from his belt. The beam cut through the swirling flakes. It wasn't just a guardrail. It was flat, massive, and buried deep. He grabbed a shovel from the side of the grader and began to dig. The work was brutal, the air stinging his lungs, but curiosity, that old and dangerous cat, drove him. 10 minutes later, he stopped. He wasn't looking at a piece of road debris. He was standing on the roof of a buried semi-truck. The snow had drifted over it, turning it into just another bump in the topography, but the plow had sheared off the top layer of ice. Jack wiped the snow from what looked like a clearance light. It was dark, dead. He shoveled further, moving toward where the cab should be. The snow here was stained with rust and something else, a dark, oily residue that smelled like vinegar and copper. The sound of an engine growled off the pass. Wren's service truck. The headlights swept over Jack, blinding him for a moment before the engine cut and the door slammed. Wren was a wiry man, grease permanently etched into his fingerprints. He walked over, shivering, his toolbox clanking against his leg. Blew a line, huh? I told Vance those hoses were dry-rotted. Forget the line, Jack said, his voice low. Look at this. Wren squinted, stepping up to the edge of the hole Jack had dug. He shone his own light down. What the hell is that? A culvert? It's a rig, Jack said. A big one, buried right in the middle of the lane. Wren whistled. Landslide must have taken it out. When did this road close? 86? Yeah. Well, nobody came looking for it. Wren jumped down into the hole, his boots clanging on the metal roof. This is a Kenworth, old cabover style. Look at the sleeper. Wren wiped a gloved hand across the metal. The paint underneath the grime was a dull, flat black. No stripes, no chrome, just black industrial paint, absorbing the light. Help me clear the door, Wren said, excitement creeping into his voice. He was a scavenger at heart. He saw salvage value. We should wait for Vance, Jack said, unease curling in his gut. Vance is 2 miles back drinking coffee. Come on, Jack, let's see if there's a driver inside. Maybe a skeleton holding a winning lottery ticket. They dug for another hour. The wind picked up, screaming like a banshee, but the two men worked in a rhythm. By the time they cleared the driver's side door, Gus and Toby had arrived in the pickup to see what was taking so long, followed shortly by Vance in the command SUV. What is the holdup? Vance barked, stepping out into the snow. He was a thick man, red-faced from high blood pressure and stress. We're burning daylight and fuel. We found a tomb, boss, Gus said, leaning against the hood of the pickup, lighting a cigarette. Gus was built like a vending machine, all square angles and density. Vance marched to the edge of the pit. He looked down at the black monolith revealed in the ice. Jesus Christ. Is that on the manifest? No plates, Jack said from down in the hole. He was standing by the door handle. No company markings, just this. He pointed to a stencil on the door, barely visible against the black paint. Meat Run 86. Meat Run, Toby whispered. The kid was standing by the guardrail, looking pale. He wrapped his arms around himself. It feels wrong here, Jack. It's colder. It's winter, kid, Gus laughed, though the laugh didn't reach his eyes. Open it, Vance ordered. If there's a body, we gotta call the Stadies. If not, we drag it to the shoulder and keep working. Jack looked at the handle. It was chrome, pitted by time, but surprisingly intact. He gripped it, the metal bit through his glove, freezing cold. He depressed the thumb latch. It clicked loudly. The sound echoed through the valley, a mechanical snap that sounded like a bone breaking. The door didn't groan or screech. It swung open smoothly, the hinges weeping a thick, translucent fluid that wasn't oil. A puff of air escaped the cab. It didn't smell like rot. It didn't smell like mildew. It smelled like ozone and heavy, sweet chemicals. Like a hospital floor washed in formaldehyde. Jack shone his light inside. The cab was pristine. The upholstery was red leather, uncracked. The dash was a landscape of analog gauges and toggle switches, but there was no driver, no skeleton. The seat was empty, pushed all the way back. Empty, Jack said, breathing out. Nobody home. Check the sleeper, Wren called out from the roof. Jack shined the light into the back. The sleeper curtain was drawn, a heavy, velvet red curtain. He reached out and yanked it back. Nothing. Just a bunk with a tightly made bed and a cassette player sitting on the pillow. Clean, Jack announced. Weirdly clean. All right, Van said, checking his watch. Hook the chains to the grader. Let's pull this bastard out so we can pave. Wait, Wren said. He had climbed down and was walking toward the back of the trailer. The trailer was massive. A refrigerated box unit, longer than standard. The reefer unit. Look at it. Wren pointed his light at the refrigeration engine mounted on the front of the trailer. It was a Thermo King, but modified. Extra pipes, extra tanks, and the tanks were full. The gauges on the side showed pressure. It's pressurized, Wren said, baffled. After 40 years? That's impossible. Maybe it froze shut, Gus suggested. No, Wren said, touching a copper line. It's warm, not hot, but warmer than the air. There's a chemical reaction still happening in there. I don't care about the science project, Vance snapped. Drag it. If we drag it, Wren argued, and that tank ruptures, we might have another hazmat situation. Remember the spill that closed this road? What if this truck is carrying that stuff? Vance hesitated. The budget was already thin. A hazmat cleanup would bankrupt the contract. Fine. What do you want to do? Let me bypass the compressor, Wren said. I can hook it to the genset on the service truck. If we power it up, I can cycle the valves, depressurize it safely. Then we open the back, check the cargo, and dump it. Jack didn't like it. He looked at the black trailer, looming in the trench like a monolith. Let's just leave it, Vance. Call the cops. Cops take 3 hours to get here, Vance said. Wren, fire it up. You got 20 minutes. The darkness of the valley seemed to deepen as Wren worked. He ran thick cables from his service truck to the reefer unit. Sparks flew as he jumped the connections. The wind died down, as if the mountain was holding its breath. Ready, Wren yelled. He flipped the switch on his generator. The diesel engine of the service truck roared, taking the load. Then a lower, more guttural sound joined it. The refrigeration unit on the black truck coughed, shuddered, and caught. Thrum, 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 thrum. It was a heartbeat, a mechanical, rhythmic pulsing that vibrated through the soles of their boots. The amber running lights along the top of the trailer flickered and buzzed to life, casting a sickly yellow glow on the snow. It works. Wren laughed, amazed. They don't build them like this anymore. Then came the sound from inside the trailer. It wasn't a shifting of cargo. It wasn't the slide of pallets. It was a wet slap, like a slab of beef thrown onto a butcher's block. Then another, and the sound of chains rattling. Did you hear that? Toby asked, stepping back toward the pickup. Something's moving in there. Loose cargo, Vance said, though he pulled the crowbar from his truck. Jack, Gus, get the back doors. They walked to the rear of the trailer. The doors were barred with heavy iron latches. Jack felt a vibration against his hand as he touched the locking mechanism. The thing inside was humming. On 3, Jack said. He looked at Gus. Gus nodded, looking less confident than usual. 1, 2, 3. They threw the latches up and heaved the doors open. The smell hit them first. It was a physical blow. It wasn't the smell of rot, but the smell of raw meat, overwhelming, metallic, sweet, and suffocating. It smelled like a slaughterhouse floor amplified by 1,000. Then, the lights inside the trailer flickered on. Rows of fluorescent tubes ran the length of the ceiling, humming loudly. They illuminated a nightmare. Hanging from the ceiling, on heavy steel meat hooks, were bodies. Dozens of them. They were skinned. flayed expertly, the fascia glistening under the harsh lights. Muscle groups were exposed, red and striated. They hung by their heels, swaying slightly from the motion of the door opening. But they weren't just human bodies. They were processed. Some were missing limbs. Others had limbs grafted where they shouldn't be, an arm sewn into a chest cavity, a leg replaced with a jagged steel pylon, and they were dripping. A thick, clear, viscous fluid pooled on the floor, running into drains that seemed clogged with gristle. Oh God, Toby retched, doubling over and vomiting into the snow. What is this? Vance whispered, his face draining of color. What the hell is this? Jack stared, unable to look away. He focused on the nearest body, a male, heavy set. The skin was gone, but the eyes were still in the skull. No eyelids, just wide, staring orbs that looked milky and blind. It's a slaughterhouse, Gus said, his voice trembling. They processed people. Shut it down, Jack yelled to Ren. Ren, kill the power. I can't, Ren yelled back from the front. The relay is stuck. It's drawing power on its own. Jack turned back to the horror show, and then he saw it. The nearest body, the heavyset one. Its hand, stripped of skin, the tendons, white and stark against the red muscle, twitched. The fingers curled. Jack blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, a spasm of the sudden temperature change. Then the head turned with a wet, tearing sound of cartilage adjusting after decades of stiffness. The flayed head rotated on its axis, the milky eyes locked onto Jack. The chest heaved. A gasp of air sucked into lungs that should have been collapsed dust. Help. The thing rasped. The voice was bubbly, drowning in fluid. Help. Us. But the tone wasn't pleading. It was hungry. Run, Jack said. The body ripped itself off the hook. They scrambled back to the trucks, the snow flying under their boots. The sound of wet footsteps slapping against the metal floor of the trailer echoed behind them. Get in the trucks, Vance screamed. Jack dove into the grader. But the grader was slow, open. Not the grader, he shouted to himself. He ran for the pickup with Gus and Toby. Gus was already in the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys. Toby threw himself into the back seat, sobbing. Jack slammed the passenger door just as a shape emerged from the back of the trailer. It stood in the amber light, steaming in the freezing air. It was an anatomy chart come to life, red and raw. It didn't shiver. It didn't seem to feel the cold. It opened its mouth, a lipless gash of teeth, and let out a shriek that sounded like grinding gears. Then it started to run. Not a shambling zombie walk, a sprint. Muscles contracting with explosive power, unhindered by skin or clothing. Go, 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 Jack roared. Gus floored the pickup. The tires spun on the ice, then caught. The truck fishtailed and shot down the road, away from the semi. Vance's SUV followed, and Ren's service truck brought up the rear. They tore down Route 17B, putting a mile, then two, between them and the excavation site. They didn't stop until they reached the base camp, a collection of portable trailers and a maintenance shed 5 miles down the mountain. Gus slammed the brakes, the pickup skidding to a halt near the shed. Silence returned, but it was different now. It was the silence of a predator, holding its breath. They all piled out, converging in the center of the camp under the single halogen security light. Did you see that? Toby was hyperventilating. It was skinless. It was alive. It's not possible. Vance was pacing, wiping sweat from his forehead despite the freezing wind. Mass hallucinations. Gases from the truck. That's what it was. Hallucinogens. It ripped off a steel hook, Vance, Jack shouted. That wasn't gas. That was meat. Moving meat. We need to leave, Ren said. We need to get off this mountain right now. We can't, Gus said, pointing to the road leading down. Look, a massive snowdrift had collapsed across the lower pass during the commotion. Or maybe it happened earlier. Either way, the road out was blocked by 10 feet of avalanche debris. The grader, Jack said. I left the grader up there. They were trapped. The radio, Vance said. We called for help. They rushed into the command trailer. Vance grabbed the long-range radio mic. Mayday, mayday. This is DOT Crew 17-B. We have an emergency. Static, pure white noise. Antenna must be iced up, Wren said. I'll go check the tower. No one goes anywhere alone, Jack ordered. We stay together. We lock the doors. We're safe here, Vance insisted, trying to regain authority. Those things, they're 5 miles up. They're naked in sub-zero weather. They'll freeze solid in 10 minutes. And physics is physics. Jack looked out the window at the swirling snow. He remembered the heat radiating from the trailer. He remembered the chemical smell. I don't think physics applies here, Vance. Night fell like a hammer. The temperature dropped to 20 below. The crew huddled in the main command trailer. They had covered the windows with plywood scraps, leaving only slivers to see out. Toby was in the corner, rocking back and forth. He kept rubbing his arms. I can smell it, he whispered. I can still smell it. It's just the oil, kid, Gus said, cleaning a flare gun he'd found in the emergency kit. It was their only weapon besides crowbars and axes. No, Toby said. It's inside me, the air, when the door opened. I breathed it in. Jack watched Toby closely. The kid looked feverish. His skin was pale, clammy, and the veins in his neck were standing out, dark and pulsing. Wren, Jack said quietly. Check the generator fuel. We need these lights to stay on. Wren nodded and moved to the door. I'll make it quick. I'll go with you, Gus said. They stepped out into the howling dark. Jack stayed with Vance and Toby. We need to figure out what that truck was, Jack said to Vance. You have the manifests from the 80 seconds? The closure reports? Vance went to a filing cabinet. I have the copies of the original site assessments. He pulled a thick binder. He flipped through pages of yellowed paper. Here, Vance pointed. 1986. Chemical spill. Something called Agent V5. Manufactured by Cinecorp. What does it do? It says, cellular preservative for livestock transport over extended durations, inhibits necrosis, stimulates muscular galvanism to prevent atrophy during stasis. Jack felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Stimulates muscular galvanism. It keeps the meat moving so it doesn't get tough. But they were people, Jack, Vance whispered. Why were they transporting people like sides of beef? Because meat is meat, Jack said grimly, and if you don't have to feed them, or keep them warm, or keep them happy, you just keep the meat fresh. Suddenly, the door burst open. Gus and Wren tumbled in, slamming it behind them and throwing the deadbolt. They're here, Gus gasped. What? Vance stood up. Outside, Wren said, eyes wide, I saw tracks in the snow, but they aren't footprints. They're drag marks and blood. The snow is bleeding. Jack went to the peephole. The security light outside was flickering. At the edge of the light, he saw them. 3 of them. They were standing perfectly still. The flayed men. The cold hadn't frozen them. Steam rose from their exposed muscles, creating a fog around them. Their bodies were dark red, glistening with that chemical sheen. One of them stepped forward. It didn't have feet anymore. Its lower legs had been fused into bone spurs, sharp and jagged. It stabbed the ice with each step. Clack, clack, clack. They found us, Jack said. How? Vance asked. How did they track us? From the corner, Toby let out a low moan. They can hear the blood. Jack turned to Toby. The kid was scratching his arm, hard. His fingernails were digging into the skin. Toby, stop, Jack said, moving toward him. It's too tight, Toby muttered. My skin, it's too tight. It doesn't fit anymore. Toby! Jack grabbed his wrists. Toby looked up. His eyes had changed. The whites were gone, replaced by a milky, translucent film. His pupils were pinpricks. The buyers want livestock, Toby said in a voice that wasn't his. It was deeper, distorted. Toby wrenched his arm free with strength that shouldn't have been possible for a skinny kid. He grabbed a box cutter from the table. No, Jack lunged. Toby didn't attack Jack. He slashed his own forearm. A deep, long cut from elbow to wrist, but no blood came out. Instead of red blood, a thick, clear jelly oozed from the wound, and the muscle underneath didn't just sit there, it writhed. The fibers of his forearm flexed and uncoiled like snakes, reaching out of the wound. See? Toby smiled, blood dripping from his mouth where he'd bitten his tongue. Better. Much better. He's infected, Wren screamed, backing away. It's a virus. It's the preservative, Jack realized. It's airborne. Or he inhaled it. Toby stood up. His movements were jerky, mechanical. The cut on his arm widened, the skin retracting on its own, peeling back like a banana. The muscle underneath began to harden, reshaping itself. The ulna and radius bones cracked audibly, shifting position, sharpening. End of the line, Toby said. He lunged at Vance. Vance screamed as Toby, or the thing that was Toby, tackled him. Toby's transformed arm, now a rigid club of bone and raw muscle, slammed into Vance's chest. Ribs shattered. Gus, help him, Jack yelled, grabbing a heavy wrench from the table. Gus charged, tackling Toby off Vance. But Toby was heavy now, denser. He felt like a sack of wet sand. Gus threw a punch, his fist connecting with Toby's jaw. The jawbone dislocated with a wet pop, but Toby didn't stop. He just snapped it back into place. Toby bit Gus on the shoulder. He tore away a chunk of jacket and flesh. Ah, Gus howled, kicking Toby away. Jack swung the wrench. He aimed for the head. The heavy steel connected with Toby's temple. There was a sickening crunch. Toby collapsed, twitching. The room was silent except for Vance's wheezing and the wind outside. Is he dead? Wren asked, holding a screwdriver like a dagger. Jack looked at Toby's body. The head wound was grievous. Brain matter was visible. But as they watched, the gray matter seemed to bubble. The skull fragments shifted. The meat was trying to knit itself back together. He won't stay down, Jack said. We have to go. The shed, it's metal, reinforced. Vance can't walk, Gus said, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Carry him, Jack ordered. Move. They dragged Vance out the back door, into the biting cold. The run to the maintenance shed was only 50 yards, but it felt like miles. The shadows were alive. As they ran, Jack saw shapes moving in the periphery. The flayed things were circling. They weren't attacking yet. They were hurting them. They slammed the heavy steel door of the maintenance shed and dropped the locking bar. The shed was cold, smelling of grease and diesel. It was filled with tools, spare parts, and barrels of fuel. Jack leaned against the door, listening. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Fingernails of bone testing the metal. We're trapped, Wren said, sliding down the wall. We're going to die here. Gus, Jack said, let me see that shoulder. Gus pulled his hand away. The bite was deep, and the blood wasn't flowing right. It was thickening, turning clear. I'm fine, Gus lied. He looked pale. Just a flesh wound. We need to cauterize it, Jack said. Burn the infection out. With what? Jack grabbed a blowtorch from the workbench. This, do it, Gus said, gritting his teeth. Jack lit the torch. The blue flame hissed. He moved it toward Gus's shoulder. As the heat hit the wound, the flesh didn't just burn, it reacted. The tissue screamed. A high-pitched whistling sound came from the wound itself. The clear jelly bubbled and hissed, fighting the fire. Gus passed out from the pain. It's fighting back, Jack said, extinguishing the torch. The cells are defensive. Vance was lying on a pile of drop cloths. He was coughing up blood. The radio, he wheezed. In the truck, the black truck. There was a tape. Forget the tape, Vance, Jack said. No, Vance gasped. The driver. He knew. The tape. Maybe it says how to stop them. The truck is 5 miles away, Vance. Jack, Wren called out. He was at the workbench messing with a portable radio scanner. I'm picking something up. Shortwave. Static filled the shed. Then, a voice. Not the monster's, a human voice. But it sounded old, dusty. Dispatch to Unit 4. Shipment overdue. Status? That's a dispatcher, Wren said. Unit 4. Acknowledge. Preservation levels critical. Do not let the livestock thaw. Repeat. Do not let the livestock thaw. If thaw occurs, initiate sterilization. Beast protocol. Sterilization protocol, Jack repeated. What is that? Burn it, the voice on the radio said, as if answering him. Incinerate all organic material. Total loss acceptable. Fire. Jack looked at the barrels of diesel. We have to burn them. There are too many, Wren said. And they're outside. We're inside. We bring them in, Jack said. His eyes were hard. We open the door, we bait them, and we blow this shed to hell. That's suicide, Wren said. Look at Gus, Jack pointed. Gus was stirring, but his arm, the one attached to the bitten shoulder, was changing. The fingers were fusing together. The skin was sloughing off like wet paper, revealing the raw, red muscle underneath. The muscle was twisting, forming a sharp, bony ridge along the forearm. A blade. Gus opened his eyes. They were milky, hungry, Gus whispered. Jack backed away, raising the crowbar. He's turning. Gus stood up. He didn't look like Gus anymore. He looked like a statue of meat, carved into a weapon. He looked at his own arm, admiring the blade. Wren, get the fuel caps off, Jack ordered, backing toward the door. Vance, can you move? Vance didn't answer. He was dead. Or rather, the thing that had been Vance was currently convulsing as his ribs rearranged themselves to protect the vital organs. It was 2 against an army, and 2 of the enemy were inside the room. Wren now. Wren popped the caps on the diesel drums and kicked them over. Fuel glugged out, soaking the concrete floor. The fumes were dizzying. Gus roared a sound of wet tearing and charged Jack. He swung his bone blade arm. Jack ducked, and the blade sparked against the steel door, cutting a gash in the metal. Jack swung the crowbar, hitting Gus in the knee. The knee shattered, but Gus didn't fall. The leg just bent backward, the muscle compensating instantly, turning the leg into a spring. Open the door, Jack yelled to Wren. Are you crazy? Do it! It's the only way! Wren unlocked the bar and threw the door open. The wind howled in, and with it, they came. The flayed men, dozens of them. They poured into the shed like a flood of red viscera. They climbed over each other, a wall of raw meat and teeth. Jack grabbed a flare from the emergency kit. Wren, run! Jack pointed to the back window, high up near the ceiling. Get out! Wren scrambled up the shelving units, kicking cans of oil down at the monsters. He smashed the window with a wrench and squeezed through, tumbling out into the snow behind the shed. Jack was alone. Gus was in front of him. Vance was rising behind him, and the horde was filling the doorway. The smell was unbearable. The copper tang of blood, the sweet chemical reek. Jack looked at Gus. The big man's face was gone. The skin peeled back to reveal the skull grinning beneath. Come on, then, Jack screamed. Come get your meat. He cracked the flare. It hissed, sputtering red phosphor sparks. The monsters paused. They shied away from the bright heat. The preservation agent was flammable, highly flammable. Jack looked at the pool of diesel spreading around his boots. He looked at the monsters. End of the line, Jack whispered. He dropped the flare. The explosion was not a sound. It was a physical force. It lifted the roof off the maintenance shed and threw it 50 feet into the air. A pillar of fire, blue and orange, punched a hole in the night sky. From the ridge above, Ren watched, shielding his face from the heat. A blast wave knocked the wind out of him. He lay in the snow, watching the inferno. The heat was so intense it melted the snow for 100 yards around. He could hear the screaming, a high, whistling, shrieking sound, like 1,000 tea kettles boiling at once. It was the sound of the chemical preservative burning, the sound of the meat dying. Rin lay there for a long time until the screams stopped and the fire began to die down into a low, sullen roar. He was the only one left. He stood up, shivering violently. He had to walk. He had to get down the mountain. The explosion might have been seen. Someone might come. He started walking down the road, past the blocked avalanche. He would climb over it. He would walk until his feet fell off. He didn't look back. If he had, he might have seen the movement in the ruins of the shed. Amidst the blackened, twisted metal and the charred remains, something stirred. A shape. It was burned black, a crust of carbon. But underneath the crust, deep inside the core, it was still red. The blackened mass twitched. It dragged itself out of the fire, leaving a trail of clear slime on the ash. It had no legs. It had no eyes. It was just a torso and one arm. But the arm ended in a hook. It pulled itself forward, inch by inch, into the darkness, into the snow. The meat remembers. The meat survives. Route 17B reopening delayed indefinitely. Associated Press. State officials have once again halted the renovation of the controversial Route 17B mountain pass following a catastrophic equipment failure and fire that claimed the lives of 4 contract workers. Authorities are still investigating the cause of the blaze that destroyed the base camp. One survivor, identified as a mechanic, was found wandering the lower highway in a state of shock. He is yet to give a coherent statement. Rescue crews reported difficulties reaching the site due to weather conditions. When asked about rumors of illicit waste dumping in the area dating back to the 1980s, the Department of Transportation declined to comment. As of this morning, the site remains quarantined. Locals report strange animal activity in the valley, with deer and bear populations migrating away from the area. And on quiet nights, residents in the foothills claim they can hear a sound carried on the wind. Asterisk. A rhythmic mechanical thrumming, like a refrigerator running in the dark. Asterisk. The rhythmic mechanical thrumming didn't stop when the news report ended. It followed Ren into his sleep. It followed him into the waking world. It was the sound of his own heart, beating heavy and wet against ribs that felt too tight, too constricting. Part 2, The Thaw. 3 weeks later, Street, Jude's Hospital, Psychiatric Wing Room 402. The room was white, an aggressive, blinding white that smelled of ammonia and stale lavender. Ren sat on the edge of the bed, his hands trembling. He clasped them together, squeezing until the knuckles turned ivory, trying to stop the shaking. It didn't work. The vibration was internal, a frequency humming in his marrow. He looked at his hands. They were rough, stained with grease that no amount of hospital soap could scrub away, or perhaps the grease was just a phantom memory, like the smell of the copper sweet slaughterhouse that coated the back of his throat. Mr. Miller? Ren flinched, his head snapping up. A man stood in the doorway. He wasn't a doctor. Doctors wore scrubs or white coats and looked tired. This man wore a charcoal suit that cost more than Ren's entire life's earnings. He held a leather folio, and his eyes were devoid of anything resembling empathy. They were assessing, calculating, like a butcher eyeing a steer for the quality of the cut. "Who are you?" Ren asked. His voice was a rasp, damaged from the smoke inhalation and the screaming. "My name is Sterling," the man said, stepping into the room and closing the heavy door behind him. The lock clicked with a sound that reminded Ren of the latch on a freight truck. "I represent the parent company of the logistics firm that contracted your crew, Cinecorp," Ren whispered. Sterling didn't blink. We are a diversified holding company. We are here to discuss your settlement. Ren laughed. It was a dry, jagged sound. Settlement? You want to pay me for watching my friends get turned into hamburger meat? We want to ensure that your recovery is comfortable, Sterling said, placing the folio on the small rolling table, and to ensure that the tragic hallucinations you suffered due to the gas leak are contextualized correctly. Gas leak, Ren repeated. He stood up, his legs wobbling. Is that what you're calling it? I saw Gus. I saw his arm turn into a bone saw. I saw Vance get crushed by a kid who had been dead for 10 minutes. Hypoxia and chemical toxicity can cause potent delusions, Sterling said smoothly. The mind tries to make sense of trauma by inventing monsters. But we know the truth, don't we, Ren? It was an industrial accident. Regrettable, but preventable. Ren walked to the window. It was barred, looking out over a gray city parking lot. It was raining. The water streaking down the glass looked thick, oily. You knew, Ren said, staring at the rain. The manifest. Agent V5, the driver on the tape, said the buyers wanted livestock. You people, you weren't shipping meat. You were shipping the preservative. You were testing it on them. Sterling was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had dropped an octave. The corporate veneer cracked, revealing something colder beneath. Progress requires raw material, Mr. Miller. In 1986, we were on the verge of solving world hunger, cellular regeneration, infinite shelf life. Imagine a steak that never rots, that grows back after you cut a slice. It would have saved millions. It ate them. Ren turned around, his eyes wild. It didn't save them. It turned them into things. The formula was aggressive, Sterling conceded, evolutionary. It sought to survive. That is the nature of flesh. It wants to live. He tapped the folio. Sign the NDA, Ren. We'll set you up for life. A house. A stipend. The best doctors. Refuse, and you stay in this ward. Indefinitely. The state has already deemed you mentally unfit. You're a man who blew up a mountain because he thought zombies were chasing him. Who'll believe you? Ren looked at the man, then down at his own arm. He had been checking it every hour for 3 weeks. There were no bites, no scratches. He had been careful. He had worn his heavy coat, but then he felt it, a twitch deep inside his bicep. Not a muscle spasm, a slither. Route 17V, the exclusion zone, Sector 4. The wind howled through the blackened valley, kicking up swirls of ash and gray snow. The devastation was absolute. The maintenance shed was a crater, a scar on the earth surrounded by twisted steel beams that looked like the ribs of some leviathan picked clean. A black helicopter, unmarked save for a small serial number on the tail, banked over the ridge and descended. The rotors kicked up a storm of soot. It touched down on the flattest section of the road, well away from the avalanche debris. The side door slid open, and 4 figures emerged. They were not dressed in standard hazmat gear. They wore bulky, articulated exosuits, matte black armor plating over sealed environmental undersuits. They carried heavy rifles with underbarrel incinerators. Perimeter check. The leader's voice crackled over the comms. His HUD identified him as Commander Kale. Radiation normal, chemical toxicity high, biological signatures off the charts, replied the second figure, Specialist Rain, looking at a wrist-mounted scanner. The ground is saturated, Commander. It's not just in the soil, it is the soil. Objective remains the same, Kale said, his voice distorted by the helmet. Locate the primary source, secure a sample, sterilize the rest. Sin A-Corp wants a sample? Rain scoffed. After what happened to the road crew, you'd think they'd want this place nuked from orbit. I can't sign, Ren whispered. Why not? Because it's not over. Ren looked up, sweat beading on his forehead. I can hear it. The hum. It's here. Sterling frowned. The HVAC system is old, I suppose. No. Ren stepped closer to the suit. Not the building. You. Sterling took a step back, his composure faltering. Excuse me? You were there, Ren said, his nostrils flaring. He could smell it now. Beneath the expensive cologne, beneath the starch of the shirt, the faint, sweet, metallic scent of the preservative. You were at the site. I visited the perimeter yesterday to assess the cleanup, Sterling said, adjusting his tie nervously. Ren's eyes widened. You brought it back. Don't be ridiculous. Check your shoes, Sterling. Ren grinned, a manic, terrified expression. Check your soles. Sterling looked down instinctively. On the polished black leather of his left shoe, near the heel, was a small smear. It looked like clear jelly. Ren backed away, hitting the wall. It doesn't need a bite. It just needs contact. It's a fungus. A mold. It's meat. Sterling scraped his shoe against the linoleum. It's just slush, mud. But he looked pale. He rubbed his neck. It's warm in here. Why is it so warm? It stimulates the metabolism, Ren quoted from memory. The words from the 80 seconds manifest burning in his brain. Prevents atrophy. Stimulates galvanism. I'm leaving, Sterling snapped, grabbing his folio. You have 24 hours to reconsider. He turned to the door. As he reached for the handle, his hand spasmed. The fingers locked into a claw. Ow, Sterling muttered, staring at his hand. Cramp? He forced his fingers open with his other hand. It made a wet, popping sound. Ren watched in horror. He saw the movement under the skin of Sterling's wrist. The tendons were rearranging themselves, tightening like cables on a suspension bridge. Don't go out there, Ren warned. Sterling, listen to me. Lock the door. Call for a hazmat team. You're insane, Sterling spat. He ripped the door open. Help! Ren screamed, lunging for the hallway, but the orderly stationed outside shoved him back. Easy, Mr. Miller, the orderly said, a large man with bored eyes. Back in bed. Ren fought, but he was weak. He's infected. Stop him. He's going to spread it. Sterling was already walking down the corridor, his gait uneven. Step clack, step clack. His left leg was stiffening. He passed a nurse station. He reached up to scratch his neck, digging his nails in deep, drawing not blood, but a clear, viscous fluid. The orderly slammed Ren's door and locked it. Ren ran to the small reinforced window in the door. He watched Sterling turn the corner toward the elevators. The suit jacket was starting to tear at the seams across the shoulders. The meat inside was expanding. Ren sank to the floor, covering his ears. But he couldn't block out the sound. The hospital hummed. And now he could hear the scream starting in the hallway. R&D is persistent, Kale said. Move out. Formation Delta. They moved toward the ruins of the shed. The silence of the mountain was unnatural. There were no birds, no wind in the trees, because the trees were gone burnt to charcoal skeletons. They reached the edge of the crater. The smell penetrated even their filtration systems, a sickly, sweet, cloying scent of burnt pork and ozone. Look at the blast pattern. The third member, Vargas, pointed a gloved hand. The explosion went up and out, but look at the center. In the center of the scorched concrete foundation, there was a hole. It looked like something had burrowed down. Tunnel, Kale noted. Scan it. Rain aimed a sensor gun at the hole. Depth, 30 feet. Then it intersects with the old drainage system for the highway. But look at the edges of the hole, Commander. Kale zoomed in with his helmet optics. The concrete wasn't just broken, it was dissolved. And coating the jagged edges was a lattice of red webbing. It looked like veins, pulsing slowly. It's growing, Kale said. The heat from the explosion didn't kill it, it catalyzed it. Movement, Vargas snapped. raising his rifle. 9 o'clock. Behind the greater wreckage. The team spun, weapons raised. The wreckage of the road grader sat rusting in the snow, half melted by the fire. Something was moving behind the giant rear tire. Identify, Kyle ordered. A shape stepped out. It was a wolf, or it had been. The creature was massive, its fur entirely gone. Its musculature was exposed, vivid red against the black ash. But the anatomy was wrong. The wolf had too many legs, 6 of them clustered near the front, giving it a crab-like scuttle. Its head was split down the middle, the jaw unhinged to reveal rows of needle-like bone shards. It didn't growl. It made a wet, clicking sound. Contact, Kale said calm. Engage. Vargas fired. The rifle barked, sending a high-velocity depleted uranium round into the creature's center of mass. The wolf was thrown back into the grater, its chest exploding in a spray of clear jelly, but it didn't die. The scattered chunks of flesh on the snow began to twitch. They rolled toward each other. The main body of the wolf stood up, the hole in its chest knitting together with terrifying speed. White tendrils shot out, pulling the ribs back into place. Kinetic damage ineffective, Vargas reported. A hint of panic in his discipline. Regeneration rate is instant. Burn it, Kale ordered. Rain stepped forward and triggered the underbarrel flamethrower. A stream of liquid napalm engulfed the creature. The wolf shrieked a human-like scream that made the soldier's skin crawl. It thrashed in the fire, the preservation agent in its cells accelerating the burn. It cooked rapidly, turning into a blackened crisp. Target neutralized, Rain said, watching the fire die down. Don't get comfortable, Kyle said. Look at the scanner. Rain looked at her wrist. The holographic display was a sea of red dots. They're coming, she whispered. From the tunnel, from the hole in the foundation, a sound emerged. It was the sound of wet slapping, of meat dragging over stone. Defensive positions, Kale shouted. A hand reached out of the hole. It was human-sized, but the fingers were foot-long hooks of bone. Then another hand, then a face upside down, sliding out of the dark like a spider. It was a man, or parts of one. His torso was fused to the hips of another body. He crawled on 4 arms. His face was that of the road crew foreman Vance, but his eyes were gone, replaced by pulsing red sensory organs. Behind him, more shapes poured out. The crew, the original cargo, and things that had no names, amalgamations of flesh and steel, parts of the truck fused into the bodies. One creature had the truck's grill embedded in its chest like a shield. Another had a tire rim for a hand. Open fire. Incinerators. The squad unleashed a wall of flame. The night lit up orange. The monster screamed, a chorus of the damned. But there were so many of them. They threw themselves onto the fire, smothering it with their own bodies so the ones behind could advance. Retreat to the LZ, Kale ordered, backing up and firing short, controlled bursts of fire. Vargas was slow. He tripped over a piece of debris. Vargas! Rain yelled. The creature that had been Vance lunged. It covered the 20 feet in a second, moving with the unnatural speed of unburdened muscle. It landed on Vargas. Vargas screamed as the bone hooks tore through his exosuit like it was paper. The seal broke. Suit breach. Suit breach. The suit's AI announced flatly. Vargas triggered a grenade on his belt. Eat this, you ugly. Boom. The explosion vaporized Vargas and the creature. Kale and Rain were knocked off their feet by the shockwave. They scrambled up. Go, go. Kale pushed Rain toward the helicopter. They reached the chopper. The pilot was already spooling the rotors up to max. Get us out of here, Kale yelled, diving into the cabin. Rain followed, pulling the door shut, just as a tidal wave of red flesh crested the ridge of the crater. As the helicopter lifted off, Rain looked down. The hole in the foundation was widening. The ground around it was collapsing. A massive shape was rising from the depths, something far larger than the truck, or the crew, a sphere of writhing bodies, fused together into a single, massive organism. Dear God, Rain whispered. It's a hive. Street Jude's hospital corridor 4. The screaming had stopped. Now there was only the sound of eating. Ren stood at the window of his locked room. He had pushed the heavy bed against the door, barricading himself in. Outside, in the hallway, the lights flickered. The shadows were long and distorted. He heard footsteps. Heavy, uneven. Step clack, step clack. They stopped outside his door. A fist pounded on the wood. The force was incredible. The plaster around the door frame cracked. Ren, it was Sterling's voice. But it was gargled, wet. Ren, the contract. S slammed. The door buckled. The bed slid an inch across the floor. We need to renegotiate. Slammed. A hole punched through the wood. A hand gray, scaled with callus, and tipped with black claws reached through, groping for the barricade. Ren backed away to the window. He looked down at the parking lot. 4 stories up. He looked at the door. It wouldn't hold. He grabbed the IV stand from the corner. It was metal. It had a sharp edge. Come on, Ren whispered, tears streaming down his face. Come on in. He wasn't going to let them turn him into meat. He remembered the fire. He remembered how it burned. Ren looked at the oxygen hookups on the wall. He looked at the lighter he had stolen from a sleeping nurse's pocket 3 days ago, his one act of rebellion. Sterling tore the door off its hinges. He stood in the frame, a monstrosity of suit fabric and expanding biological horror. His jaw hung loose, connected only by strands of saliva. Time to work, Ren, the thing said. Ren turned the valve on the oxygen tank all the way open. The hiss filled the room. He flicked the lighter. End of the line, Ren said. Cinecorp incident report timestamp 0400. Hours location, Street Jude's Medical Center, Route 17B clearance. Ultraviolet. Summary. Containment at Site B has failed. Asset Prime has established a localized biomass hive. Aerial reconnaissance suggests the biomass is attempting to interface with the local water table. Containment at Site C urban observation has been compromised. An explosion on the 4th floor of Street Jude's resulted in a structural fire. Subject 8, 9 Ren Miller is presumed dead. However, recovery teams found no remains consistent with Subject 89. Found in the wreckage of room 402 was a ventilation grate pried open from the inside. Trace amounts of fluid found in the ventilation shaft match the biological signature of the asset. Conclusion: the infection is mobile. Subject 89 is in the wind. He is carrying the pathogen. Pandemic Alert Level 1. Action: initiate Protocol Winter Harvest. Mobilize the National Guard under cover of chemical spill. Quarantine the city. Ren Miller. Eliminate on site. Burn the remains. Route 17B. The tunnels. Deep beneath the earth, where the fire of the surface didn't reach, the darkness was complete. But the darkness was not empty. It was warm, wet. The hive pulsed. It was a wall of flesh, grafting itself to the rock, digesting the minerals, growing stronger. Embedded in the center of the wall, held in place by thick veins of gristle, was a head. It was Jack. His eyes were open. The milky film was gone, replaced by a deep, glowing violet. He wasn't dead. He wasn't alive. He was part of the whole. His lips moved, no longer needing air to speak, transmitting the vibration directly through the meat that connected them all. Hungry, Jack whispered to the dark, and 5 miles away, a deer in the forest stopped grazing. Its head snapped up. Its eyes turned violet. It turned toward the nearest town. Feed, the forest whispered back. Part 3, the vector. The alley behind Street Jude's 412 A.M. Ren hit the dumpster hard. He didn't land on trash bags. He landed on a slurry of wet cardboard, broken glass, and restaurant waste. The impact should have broken his ankle. He He felt the snap, the sharp, blinding flash of agony shooting up his shin, and then, almost instantly, a sensation like warm honey pouring over the bone. Knit, fuse, bind, Ren gasped, rolling out of the dumpster and onto the slick, oil-stained asphalt of the alley. He lay there in the rain, his chest heaving. Above him, 4 stories up, flames licked the side of the hospital. Black smoke billowed into the night, hiding the stars. Sirens wailed in the distance, a chorus of mechanical wolves closing in. He looked at his ankle. It was swollen, turning a bruise purple. But when he put weight on it to stand, it held. It didn't hurt. It felt sturdy, reinforced. No, Ren whispered, wiping slime and rain from his face. No, no, no. He looked at his hands. The burns from the lighter, the scorching heat of the explosion, the skin was already peeling away. Beneath the blistered red dermis was new skin, pale, thick, harder than before. He wasn't immune. He was integrating. He stumbled down the alley, the hospital gown clinging to his shivering frame. He needed to get away. The explosion would bring police, fire, and them. The ones in the black suits. The ones who wanted to harvest him. The alley opened onto a side street. It was desolate, bathed in the hum of sodium vapor streetlights that turned everything a sickly shade of orange. A 24-hour laundromat sat on the corner, its windows steamed up, the fluorescent lights inside buzzing like trapped insects. Ren pushed through the door. The heat hit him humid, smelling of cheap detergent and dryer lint. It was empty, save for a single row of dryers spinning rhythmically. Thump order. The rhythm synced with his heart. It synced with the thrumming in his head. Ren moved to a folding table where a pile of forgotten clothes sat in a plastic basket, a pair of heavy canvas work pants, a flannel shirt, a thick denim jacket with a grease stain on the collar. He didn't hesitate. He stripped off the hospital gown, kicking it under a vending machine. He pulled on the pants. They were too big, but he cinched the belt tight. He threw on the shirt and the jacket. He caught his reflection in the glass of a washing machine door. His eyes, the pupils weren't round anymore. They were slightly elongated, horizontal, like a goat, or a prey animal that had decided to become a predator. As he buttoned the jacket, a news report flashed on the small CRT television mounted in the corner. Breaking news. Explosion at Street Jude's. Police are searching for a suspect. Dangerous chemical contamination. Ren pulled the collar up. He wasn't Ren Miller anymore. Ren Miller died in room 402. He was something else. A carrier. A patient zero who refused to die. He pushed back out into the night, the rain feeling heavy and oily against his skin. He needed a vehicle. He needed to get out of the city. But he couldn't go home. They would be waiting. He had to go back. Back to the source. It was the only place that made sense. The only place the noise in his head would stop screaming. Route 9, the foothills, 4:45 a.m. Trooper Higgins hated the night shift. He hated the rain, he hated the cold, and he especially hated the stretch of Route 9 that wound near the exclusion zone. The radio had been acting up all night, bursts of static that sounded like wet tearing, voices that overlapped in spoken languages he didn't recognize. He took a sip of lukewarm coffee and tapped the dashboard. Dispatch, this is Unit 4 Alpha. Signal is garbage out here. I'm turning around at the mile marker. End of line. Hungry. Static. Say again, dispatch? Higgins frowned. He slowed the cruiser down as the headlights swept across a bend in the road. Something was standing on the yellow line. Higgins slammed on the brakes. The cruiser skidded on the wet asphalt, coming to a halt 20 feet from the obstruction. It was a buck. A 10-pointer. Massive. Higgins hit the siren a quick whoop-whoop to scare the beast off. The deer didn't move. It stood perfectly still, facing the car. Its head was lowered, but not to graze. Higgins squinted. The deer's antlers, they looked wrong. They were too thick, and they were wet. Move along, Bambi, Higgins muttered. Reaching for the spotlight handle, he swung the beam onto the animal. The light revealed the truth. The antlers weren't bone, they were intestines. Calcified, hardened loops of gray gut that had erupted from the skull and twisted into sharp points. The deer's skin was sloughing off in sheets, revealing muscle that pulsed with a bioluminescent violet sheen. Jesus Christ, Higgins whispered, his hand dropping to his holster. The deer raised its head. Its eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with teeth. It didn't run away. It charged. It covered the 20 feet in a blur of motion that defied biology. Higgins didn't even have time to unholster his weapon. Crash. The deer hit the windshield like a wrecking ball. Safety glass exploded inward. The creature's bulk crushed the dashboard. Higgins screamed as the antlers, the hardened guts, punched through his Kevlar vest. The deer wasn't dead. It was thrashing, snarling, snapping its jaws. Higgins scrambled backward, trying to get into the passenger seat, but the creature was on him. It wasn't attacking out of fear. It was attacking with surgical precision. It bit down on his shoulder. Higgins felt the teeth sink in, but worse was the fluid that pumped from the creature's mouth into the wound. It burned like acid. "Dispatch!" Higgins screamed, fumbling for his radio mic. "Officer down! Officer down! Suspect is A. Suspect is..." His voice failed. His throat seized. The burning sensation in his shoulder spread instantly to his neck, his jaw, his brain. The deer stopped thrashing. It lay on top of him, heavy and warm. It let out a low, vibrating purr. Higgins' vision went red, then violet. His hand, still gripping the radio mic, began to twitch. The fingers lengthened. The fingernails popped off, replaced by sharp bone talons. "Dispatch," Higgins said. His voice was no longer his own. It was deeper, wetter. It sounded like the voice on the cassette tape. "Cancel that. No assistance required." "Copy. 4 Alpha." The radio crackled back. "Status." Higgins, or the thing wearing Higgins' uniform, smiled. The skin of his cheeks tore wide open to accommodate the new rows of teeth growing behind his lips. "Integrating," he said. Cinecorp Mobile Command Center. The Harvester Perimeter of Street Jude's Hospital. Commander Kale watched the thermal feed on the main monitor. The hospital fire was under control, but the chaos was just beginning. The National Guard trucks were rolling in, cordoning off the block. "No body in the wreckage," Rain said, stepping up beside him. She had swapped her damaged exosuit for a lighter, tactical hazmat rig. "We found the IV stand he used to breach the oxygen line. We found the lighter. No Ren Miller. He's loose," Kale said, his voice tight. "And he's adapting. The rate of infection in Subject 89 is unprecedented. He retained cognitive function longer than the road crew." "Maybe he's resistant?" Rain suggested. "Or maybe he's the carrier we've been looking for. The perfect host. The one that doesn't burn out." Kale turned to the comms officer. "Expand the search grid. Access all traffic cams, ATM cameras, and private security feeds within a 5-mile radius. Look for a male, roughly 6 foot, likely wearing stolen clothes. He'll be moving fast." "Commander," the comms officer interrupted. "We just intercepted a transmission from the state police band. Unit 4 Alpha. Trooper went silent near the exclusion zone. Kale froze. Near Route 17B? Yes, sir. He called in a 10 to 33, officer down, then canceled it 10 seconds later. Voice analysis indicates stress, vocal cord distortion." Kyle looked at Breen. "The hive isn't just sitting in the mountain anymore," Kale said grimly. "It's sending out scouts. If the infection meets Miller," Rain started. "If the infection meets Miller, we don't just get a zombie," Kale finished. "We get a god. We get a sentient mobile command unit for that biomass." Kale grabbed his helmet. "Load up. We're not hunting Miller in the city. We're going to cut him off. He's going back to the truck. It's a homing instinct." "And the trooper?" Rain asked. "Burn him." Kale said, burn the car, burn the road. Nothing leaves that highway. The interstate underpass, 5:30 a.m. Wren huddled under the concrete arch of the highway overpass. He had found an old rusted bicycle unlocked behind a convenience store. It was slow, and the chain slipped every few blocks, but it was faster than walking. He needed to rest, just for a minute. He sat against the graffiti-covered concrete. His stomach roared. It was a hunger unlike anything he had ever felt. It wasn't a desire for food. It was a demand for raw material. He looked at a stray rat scurrying along the drainage pipe. Wren's mouth watered. Saliva dripped onto his denim jacket, thick, clear slime. Eat, grow, survive. No, Wren gritted his teeth, looking away. He pulled a Snickers bar he'd stolen from the laundromat vending machine out of his pocket. He tore the wrapper with trembling hands and shoved it into his mouth. It tasted like ash. It tasted like nothing. His body rejected it. He gagged, spitting the chocolate onto the ground. The rat stopped. He looked at Wren. Wren looked at the rat. He felt the connection then. A thin, invisible thread stretching between his mind and the rodent's rudimentary brain. He could feel the rat's heartbeat. He could feel its hunger. Come here, Wren thought. He didn't speak. He just projected the will. The rat hesitated. Then it turned. It scurried toward him. It climbed over his boot. It crawled into his open hand. Wren stared at it in horror. He was controlling it. He squeezed his hand shut. Bones crunched. Warmth flooded his palm. Wren gasped, the energy rushing into him. There was a tiny spark, but it cleared the fog in his head. He dropped the crushed remains, revulsion warring with relief. He stood up, wiping his hand on the concrete wall. He understood now. The hive was a network. The meat was the hardware, but the consciousness, that was the signal, and he was a receiver. But he could also be a jammer. He looked north, toward the mountains. The sun was threatening to rise, a gray smear on the horizon. I'm coming for you, he whispered to the distant peak. I'm going to freeze you out. He got back on the bike. As he pedaled out from the underpass, he didn't notice the shadow detaching itself from the ceiling. A mass of pigeons, fused together by a web of gristle, watched him go with a dozen unblinking eyes. Road 17B, the exclusion zone. The sun did not rise over the valley. The smoke from the burning truck and the shed had created a microclimate, a localized ceiling of soot and ash. In the crater, the hive was busy. The wolf that Kale's team had burned was being recycled. Small, spider-like creatures made of severed fingers and bone fragments scurried over the charred carcass, stripping away the useful proteins and carrying them down into the tunnel. Down in the dark, Jack, or the thing that was Jack, sensed the change. He felt the trooper, a new, strong node on the network. He felt the deer. He felt the millions of microbes in the water table, multiplying, waiting for a host to drink. But he also felt the rogue Wren. The name rippled through the meat wall. The faces embedded in the biomass groaned in unison. Wren was coming closer. Jack's lips stretched into a smile that split his face to the ears. Let him come, the hive whispered. He brings the fire, but we like the heat. The ground above the tunnel rumbled. From the depths of the earth, something new began to ascend. The truck had been the cocoon. The shed had been the nursery. Now, the factory was open. A massive appendage broke the surface of the snow near the avalanche debris. It wasn't a hand or a claw. It was a pylon. A pillar of bone and steel, pulsing with red veins. Then another, and another. They weren't just making monsters anymore. They were building a structure. A tower. A transmitter to broadcast the signal beyond the valley. To call the livestock home. The frequency. The last stop diner, Route 9. Mile marker, 45:55 a.m. The neon sign buzzed with a dying insectoid hum, OPEN. The N flickered, spitting sparks into the damp morning mist. Ren let the bicycle clatter to the pavement. His legs were burning, not from fatigue, but from the unnatural heat radiating from his own bones. The fever was a furnace, reshaping him from the inside out. He could feel his marrow bubbling, expanding, hardening. A patrol car sat in the gravel lot. Unit 4, Alpha. The driver's side door was open, the interior light casting a yellow wedge onto the wet stones. Ren approached cautiously. The rain had washed most of the blood off the asphalt, but the smell remained. Copper and spoiled milk. He needed a car. The bike wouldn't make the climb to 17B. He moved toward the diner. Through the grease-smeared plate glass window, he saw a silhouette sitting at the counter. Ren pushed the door open. The bell above it didn't jingle. The clapper had been torn off. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of old fryer grease and something sweeter like rot in a flower shop. The jukebox in the corner was silent, but the lights on its face cycled rhythmically. Red, violet, red, violet. Coffee's cold, the man at the counter said. It was the trooper, Higgins. He sat with his back to the door, hunched over a plate. He was wearing his wide-brimmed hat, but his uniform was tight, the fabric strained to the breaking point across his shoulders. "I need your keys," Ren said. His voice sounded rough, like gravel grinding in a mixer. Higgins didn't turn around. He picked up a fork. His hand was gray, the fingers swollen like sausages, the nails black and pointed. "Dispatch says you're a person of interest," Higgins said. His voice was a dual-tone harmonic, the human vocal cords vibrating against something wet and alien in his throat. "Dispatch says you're raw material." Higgins slowly swiveled on the stool. Ren took a step back. The trooper's face was a ruin. The lower jaw had split down the center, the bone unhinged to allow a second, smaller mouth to protrude from the throat. A lamprey-like ring of cartilage and needles. His eyes were gone, the sockets filled with the same violet jelly Ren had seen in the wolf. But the worst part was the plate in front of him. It was a human hand. The waitress's hand, judging by the red nail polish. Higgins had been picking at the palm with a fork. "The buyers want livestock," Higgins said, standing up. He rose to an impossible height, his spine elongating with a series of wet pops. The Kevlar vest snapped, the straps giving way to a chest that was rippling with subcutaneous movement. But they'll settle for scraps. Ren felt the pressure in his head spike. The connection. "Stop," Ren thought, projecting the command like a spear. Higgins flinched. The violet jelly in his eye sockets rippled. The creature paused, confused, its head cocking to the side like a dog hearing a high-pitched whistle. "You," Higgins gargled, "you're on the frequency." "I am the frequency," Ren snarled. He didn't run. He grabbed the heavy glass sugar dispenser from the nearest table and hurled it. It smashed into Higgins' face. The glass didn't just break, it embedded. But instead of blood, a thick, white preservative fluid sprayed out. Higgins roared a sound of tearing metal and lunged. Ren sidestepped his new reflexes faster than thought. He grabbed a chrome-legged chair and swung it like a bat. Crack. The chair legs bent around Higgins' midsection. The trooper barely registered the impact. He backhanded Ren, a blow that should have taken Ren's head off. Ren flew across the diner, crashing into the jukebox. Glass shattered. The machine groaned, and suddenly Van Halen's Jump blared to life at maximum volume, warped and slowed down by the damage. Might as well jump. Ren lay in the wreckage. His ribs were broken. He felt them grinding. Then the heat nipped, fuse. He gasped, the pain vanishing into a surge of adrenaline. He stood up, pulling a jagged shard of the jukebox's glass frame from his arm. The wound closed before the blood could drip. Higgins was charging, knocking tables aside. Ren looked at the counter. Behind it, on the magnetic strip, a chef's knife. And next to the grill, the deep fryer. Ren vaulted the counter. Higgins slammed into the formica, his clawed hands tearing chunks out of the countertop. End of the line, Higgins shrieked, the human voice almost entirely gone now. Ren grabbed the basket of the deep fryer. The oil was old, cold, and congealed, but the heavy steel basket was a weapon. He swung it downward with both hands, driving the corner of the steel mesh into the trooper's exposed neck. It crunched through the vertebrae. Higgins went rigid. The connection to the hive stuttered. Ren didn't stop. He grabbed the chef's knife, a 12-inch blade stained with years of prep work. Resign, Ren grunted. He drove the knife up under the trooper's chin, through the secondary mouth, and into the brainstem. Higgins seized. The violet light in his eye sockets flickered and died. The massive body slumped over the counter, twitching as the nerves misfired. Ren stood panting, the synth-heavy intro of the song skipping on a loop. Jump, jump, jump. He reached into the trooper's pocket, ignoring the slime that coated the uniform, and fished out the keys to the cruiser. He stepped over the body of the waitress behind the counter. She had been gutted, hooked onto the pot rack like a side of beef. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing. "I'm sorry," Ren whispered. "I'm going to burn it all. Route 17B, the perimeter, 6:30 a.m. The blockade was a fortress of black steel and halogen light. Cinecorp didn't do half measures. 2 APCs blocked the width of the highway. Behind them, a mobile containment lab had been deployed, its plastic clean tunnels expanding like the ribs of an accordion. Commander Kale stood on the roof of the lead APC, binoculars pressed to his eyes. The snow was falling harder now, large, wet flakes that stuck to everything. But even the blizzard couldn't hide what was happening 3 miles up the valley. "Status on the structure?" Rain asked, climbing up the ladder to join him. "It's growing," Kale said, handing her the optics. "Look at the geometry. That's not random mutation." Rain looked through the swirling snow. The tower was visible. It rose from the crater of the truck accident, a twisted spire of bone, rebar, and frozen meat. It looked like a radio antenna, designed by a madman. At the top, a pulsing sac of bioluminescent tissue beat like a heart, sending waves of violet light into the clouds. "It's terraforming," Rain said, lowering the binoculars. "It's changing the atmosphere." "It's a broadcast tower," Cal corrected. "It's calling to the latent biologicals in the area. Every animal that drank from the stream, every bird that ate the carrion, they're all gathering. And Miller? He's coming," Kale said. "He killed the trooper at the diner. We found the body via the cruiser's dash cam feed before Miller disabled it. He's driving the 4 Alpha unit up the pass right now." "We engage on sight?" Kale looked at the tower, then back at the dark, winding road leading up to their position. "No," Kale said. "Let him pass." Rain stared at him. "Excuse me? That goes against Protocol Winter Harvest. If he reaches the hive, they merge," Kale said, "or they destroy each other. Miller isn't a drone, Rain. I watched the footage from the diner. He dominated the trooper. He used a command pulse to stun it." Kale smiled, a cold, calculated expression. "He's an alpha predator. If we kill him, the hive keeps growing. But if we let him in, he challenges the existing control node. It's a coup. While they fight for dominance, the biomass will be distracted. And then? Then we drop the thermobaric payload," Kale said, tapping the tactical tablet on his forearm. "We wait for them to cluster, and we vaporize the entire mountain range." Rain looked at the tablet. The countdown was already set. "You're using him as bait," she said. "I'm using him as a guiding chip," Kale replied. "Open the barricade. Give him a clear lane." The ice tunnel route 17B. The cruiser roared up the switchbacks, the engine whining in protest. The windshield was shattered, wind and snow blasting into Ren's face. But he didn't blink. He didn't feel the cold. The road ahead was clear, suspiciously clear. He saw the Cinecorp blockade part as he approached. The armored vehicles pulled back. The soldiers stood watching, weapons lowered. Ren didn't slow down. He understood. They wanted this to happen. He floored the accelerator, speeding past the black-clad soldiers. He caught a glimpse of a man on the roof of an APC Kale watching him pass with the indifference of an executioner. Ren drove into the exclusion zone. The world changed instantly. The sky here wasn't gray. It was a bruised purple. The trees on the side of the road were draped in webbing that looked like spun sugar but smelled like ammonia. And the road was alive. Veins of red creeper vines pulsed through the cracks in the asphalt. The yellow lines were obscured by a carpet of frozen sludge. The cruiser hit a patch of slick biomatter and fishtailed. Ren corrected, wrestling the wheel. Ahead, the crater loomed. The tower stood 300 feet tall now. It was magnificent and repulsive. At its base, the wreckage of the semi-truck was barely visible. Consumed by the growth, Ren slammed on the brakes. The cruiser slid sideways, coming to a halt 50 yards from the crater's rim. He stepped out. The silence was absolute. No wind, no birds, just the wet thrumming of the tower. "Welcome home," the voice in his head said. It was 1,000 voices layered over one another. It was Jack. It was Vance. It was the driver from 1986. Ren walked toward the edge. "I'm not home," Ren said aloud. "I'm the eviction notice." The snow around the crater erupted. They rose from the white drifts of Legion, the road crew, the bodies from the truck, the local wildlife, a bear with a human face grafted to its shoulder, a mass of squirrels fused into a rolling ball of teeth, and Jack stood at the center, directly beneath the tower. He was no longer human. He was a throne of flesh, his body fused into the base of the structure, only his upper torso and head remaining distinct. His arms were stretched wide, cables of nerves connecting him to the spire. "Ren," Jack's voice boomed, vibrating the snow off the trees. "Look at us. We are beautiful. No more pain, no more cold, only the meat." "You're dead, Jack," Ren yelled, walking forward. He clenched his fists, his fingernails elongated, turning into black talons. His jaw aches as his own teeth sharpened. "You're just spare parts. We are the supply chain," Jack laughed. Jack gestured with a flayed hand. The horde charged. Ren didn't flinch. He closed his eyes and reached into the static in his brain. He found the frequency of the hive. It was a screaming, chaotic noise, but he found the rhythm. Sync. Ren opened his eyes. They were glowing bright white. He let out a scream that wasn't a sound, but a psychic shockwave. Halt. The front line of the horde stumbled. The bear thing tripped, confusing its own legs. The road crew zombies froze, twitching. Ren sprinted. He wasn't running away. He was running straight for Jack. He hit the line of monsters like a freight train. He didn't fight them. He tore through them. He ripped the throat out of a reanimated worker, used the body as a shield to block a swipe from the bear, and vaulted over the rolling ball of teeth. He was faster, stronger, and he was angry. He reached the base of the tower. Jack looked down, his violet eyes widening in genuine fear. You don't belong," Jack stammered. "I'm the recall," Ren said. He leaped, catching the wet, rib-like rungs of the tower. He climbed hand over hand, ignoring the heat, ignoring the acid that seeped from the structure to burn his skin. He reached Jack's suspended torso. Jack thrashed, trying to summon the horde to help, but Ren was too close. Ren grabbed Jack by the throat with one hand. With the other, he reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a road flare he had taken from the cruiser. "Preservatives are highly flammable, aren't they?" Ren whispered, his face inches from Jack's. Jack screamed. If you burn this, you burn yourself. We are linked. I know, Ren said. He struck the flare against Jack's exposed sternum. It sputtered to life, a brilliant, blinding red magnesium flame. Ren jammed the burning flare directly into Jack's open chest cavity, deep into the soft, preserving jelly that kept the hive alive. For a second, there was silence. Then, the chemicals caught. It wasn't a normal fire. It was a chemical reaction. A flashover of blue and white heat that raced through the veins of the tower instantly. Jack howled as he began to cook from the inside out. The tower screamed a structural groan of agony. Ren let go and fell backward into the snow. Above him, the tower became a torch. The fire raced up the spine, reaching the bioluminescent sac at the top. Boom! The sac exploded, showering the valley in burning, caustic rain. The link in Ren's head snapped. The screaming stopped. Ren lay in the snow, watching the inferno. The horde was collapsing, their connections severed, their bodies returning to lifeless meat. He closed his eyes. It was over, or so he thought. Cinecorp Command, the perimeter. Thermal bloom detected, the tech shouted. Massive energy spike. The structure is compromising. He did it, Rain whispered. He actually did it. Kale didn't celebrate. He watched the screen. The biomass is destabilizing, Kale said. But look at the reading. The core isn't dying. It's condensing. On the screen, the fire was raging, but in the center of the crater, amidst the flames, a single heat signature was growing brighter, whiter. The fire isn't killing it, Kale realized, his voice dropping. The fire is catalyzing it. The chemicals, they needed heat to finish the reaction. Kale slammed his hand on the comms button. All units, fire at will. Level the crater. Don't let it emerge. The crater. Ren opened his eyes. The heat was intense. The tower had collapsed, burying the truck and the tunnel entrance in a mountain of burning debris. But something was moving under the rubble. The ground shook. The burning debris was pushed aside. Ren scrambled backward, his healing factor struggling to keep up with the burns on his skin. From the heart of the fire, it stood up. It wasn't Jack. It wasn't the hive. It was a single, perfect organism. It stood 7 feet tall, its skin a smooth obsidian carapace that reflected the flames. It had no eyes, only a smooth, curved sensory dome. Its arms ended in long, serrated blades of bone that glowed with heat. It was the final product, the result of 40 years of fermentation and the catalyst of fire. It stepped out of the flames, steam hissing off its body. It turned its faceless head toward the Cinecorp blockade miles away. Then it turned toward Ren. Ren tried to stand, but his legs failed him. He was empty. He had used everything. The creature walked toward him. It didn't rush. It moved with the grace of a dancer. It stopped in front of him. It tilted its head. Ren looked up at his own reflection in the creature's black carapace. End of the line, Ren whispered. The creature raised a blade. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The sound of rotors cut through the roar of the fire. Searchlights blinded them both. A heavy machine gun opened up from the sky. Bullets the size of soda cans tore into the snow, walking a line of destruction toward the creature. The creature shrieked a digital, synthesized sound and leaped backward, vanishing into the smoke with impossible speed. Ren shielded his eyes. A black helicopter hovered overhead. A rope dropped. "Take the hand," a voice yelled over the loudspeaker. It wasn't Kale. It was a woman's voice. "Take the hand or die here." Ren looked at the rope. He looked at the fire. He looked at the darkness where the creature had gone. He grabbed the rope as he was hauled up into the air, leaving the burning valley behind. He saw the creature one last time. It was standing on the ridge, watching the helicopter rise. It raised a hand, and it waved. A human wave. Ren blacked out. The darkness was not silent. It thrummed with the heavy, percussive beat of rotor blades slicing through icy air. Ren floated in a gray void, suspended between agony and numbness. His body felt like a topographical map of pain burns, mapping out valleys on his chest, broken bones forming jagged mountain ranges in his ribs. But beneath the pain, the cold machinery of the infection was at work. He could feel the itch of knitting tissue, the squirming sensation of cells dividing at an accelerated rate. He opened his eyes, red interior lights, the smell of aviation fuel and antiseptic, the rattle of a loose latch somewhere near his head. He was strapped into a canvas jump seat in the back of a helicopter. Across from him, bathed in the crimson glow of the tactical lighting, sat a figure in white bioarmor. The helmet was off. It was Rain. She was typing furiously on a ruggedized laptop secured to her knees. Her face was pale, illuminated by the screen's blue glare, contrasting violently with the red cabin lights. Rin tried to speak, but his throat was dry, coated in the memory of smoke. He coughed, a wet, hacking sound that made Rain look up. "Don't try to talk," she said, her voice clipped and professional. "Your larynx was scorched. The tissue is regenerating, but if you force it, you'll fuse your vocal cords shut." Ren reached up to his neck. His skin felt like leather tough and sensitive. He looked at his hands. The black talons had receded, but his fingernails remained dark, the nail bed stained with violet bruising. He fumbled with the buckle of his harness. "I wouldn't," Rain said, not looking up from her screen. "We're doing 140 knots over the ridgeline. Unless you can fly, sit down." Ren unbuckled anyway. He leaned forward, grabbing the frame of the seat for stability. He rasped out a single word, forcing air through the healing meat of his throat. "Why?" Rain stopped typing. She closed the laptop with a snap. "Because Kale is an idiot," she said. "He thinks in terms of assets and liabilities. He wanted to glass the valley with you in it. He doesn't understand that you're not a liability, Ren. You're the prototype." Ren stared at her. The vibration of the chopper rattled his teeth. "Prototype? The creature back there," Rain said, gesturing vaguely toward the tail of the chopper. "The thing that came out of the fire. That is the inevitable result of the chemical interaction. Unchecked growth. Evolution without a governor. It's perfect, yes, but it's uncontrollable. It's a force of nature." She leaned forward, her eyes intense. "But you maintained the ego. You kept the mind while using the hardware. You jammed the frequency. Cinecorp doesn't want a monster, Ren. They want a soldier. And I'm not going to let Kale burn the only successful integration we have." Ren felt a laugh bubbling up in his chest, but it came out as a wheeze. "I'm not yours. You are currently bleeding out in my helicopter," Rain countered. "Possession is 9/10 of the law." Suddenly, the helicopter lurched violently to the left. The metal frame groaned, and the sound of the rotors changed pitch, screaming in protest. "Warning," a computerized voice droned from the cockpit. "Radar lock. Missile launch detected." Rain grabbed the headset hanging near her ear. "Pilot, evasive. What the hell is firing at us?" "It's command." The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, panicked. "It's the APCs. Kale has marked us as hostiles. He's firing on the extraction team." Ren looked out the small porthole window. Below, in the darkness of the snowy valley, tracer rounds zipped upward like angry fireflies. Boom. An explosion rocked the tail boom. The helicopter spun. The red lights in the cabin flickered and died, replaced by spinning emergency strobes. "We're losing tail rotor authority," the pilot screamed. "Going down! Brace! Brace!" Gravity shifted. Ren was thrown against the fuselage. The world became a blur of spinning horizons, snow, sky, fire, snow. Rain was shouting something, but the roar of the engine drowning meant nothing. The ground rushed up to meet them. The old Chemdyne Plant Sector 4. The crash wasn't a singular event. There was a series of violent impacts. The helicopter clipped to the top of a rusted water tower, shearing off the main rotors. The fuselage, now a ballistic sledgehammer, plowed through a chain-link fence and skipped across the frozen concrete of a loading dock before slamming into the side of a brick factory building. Silence followed. Then, the dripping of fuel. Ren hung upside down. The harness had saved him, but the metal strut it was attached to was bent inward, pressing against his healing ribs. He groaned. The pain was sharp, immediate, and grounding. "Rain?" he croaked. There was no answer. Ren reached for his buckle. It was jammed. He looked around. The cockpit was crushed. The pilot was gone, either thrown clear or buried in the twisted metal of the nose. Ren focused. He needed strength. Open. He commanded his own muscles. He felt the surge. The adrenal glands dumped a cocktail of hormones that no human body should produce. His biceps swelled, the fabric of his jacket tearing. He grabbed the webbing of the harness and pulled. With a sound like tearing canvas, the straps snapped. Ren dropped to the ceiling of the overturned chopper, landing in a crash. He kicked the warped door open and tumbled out into the snow. The cold hit him instantly. He stood up, swaying. They had crashed in an industrial graveyard. Towering silos of rusted steel loomed overhead, connected by a labyrinth of pipes that hissed with escaping steam. Faded signs on the brickwork read, "Chemdyne, better living through chemistry." This was the source, the plant that had made preservatives in '86. A few yards away, Rain was pulling herself out of the wreckage. She was limping badly, holding her side. Her white armor was cracked, stained with hydraulic fluid and blood. "Kale," she spat, coughing. "That son of a bitch actually shot us down." Ren walked over to her. He didn't offer a hand. He just looked at the burning wreckage. "He's coming," Ren said. "Kale?" "No," Ren said. He tapped his temple. The other one, the quiet one. He could feel it. The connection was different now. Before, with the hive, it had been a roar of voices. This new presence was a single, piercing note. A sonar ping in the dark. It was hunting. "We need to move," Ren said. "Inside." He pointed to a gaping maw in the factory wall where a blast door had rusted off its hinges. "My extraction beacon is active," Rain said, checking a device on her wrist. "Another team will..." "No one is coming," Ren interrupted. "Kale controls the airspace. If another chopper shows up, he shoots it down. We're on our own." He turned and limped toward the factory. After a moment of hesitation, Rain followed. Inside the plant processing floor B, the interior of the Chemdyne plant was a cathedral of industrial decay. Catwalks crisscrossed high above a floor covered in massive vats. The air smelled of sulfur and stale copper. Moonlight filtered through the shattered skylights, casting long, cage-like shadows across the machinery. "This place," Rain whispered, her voice echoing slightly. "It's been offline since the spill in '86. "Not offline," Ren murmured. "Dormant." He walked past a row of glass control booths. The skeletons of office chairs sat behind dust-covered consoles. He stopped at a vat. It was labeled Batch 404, Cryogenic Preservative. The side of the vat was ruptured. Something had clawed its way out from the inside, bending the inch-thick steel like tinfoil. But the claw marks weren't fresh. They were decades old. They didn't just dump the chemicals in the valley, Ren realized. They were experimenting here first. On what? "Does it matter?" Rain asked, leaning against a railing to catch her breath. She was pale, clutching a wound in her abdomen. "We need a defensible position." Clang. The sound came from the loading dock, back where the helicopter had crashed. Metal, striking metal, heavy, deliberate. Ren froze. He closed his eyes, extending his senses. He felt it. A cold, void-like presence entering the building. It didn't have a heartbeat he could track. It didn't breathe. It was a biological machine. Up, Wren hissed. Get to the high ground. They scrambled up a rusted metal staircase to the catwalks. The grating groaned under their weight. Below them, on the processing floor, a shadow detached itself from the darkness near the entrance. The obsidian creature, the final product, stepped into a pool of moonlight. It was terrifyingly elegant. Its black carapace was sleek, almost liquid in the way it moved. It walked on two legs, but its posture was hunched, predatory. The blade arms were tucked against its sides. It stopped. The sensory dome of its head rotated slowly. It couldn't see them, not with eyes. It was tasting the air. It was feeling the vibrations. Rain unholstered a heavy, high-caliber pistol. Her hand was shaking. Don't, Wren whispered. It'll hear the hammer cock. Too late. Rain's thumb slipped on the safety. Click. The creature's head snapped up. It didn't roar. It didn't screech. It simply bent its knees and launched. It cleared 30 feet of vertical space in a single bound, landing on the catwalk 20 yards from them. The metal grating buckled under the impact. Run! Wren yelled. He shoved Rain toward the control room at the end of the catwalk and turned to face the monster. The creature rushed him. It moved with a blur of speed that the human eye couldn't track. Wren reacted on instinct. He ducked under a horizontal slash that severed the handrail cleanly. He drove his shoulder into the creature's midsection. It was like hitting a brick wall. Wren was thrown backward, sliding across the grating. The creature loomed over him. It raised a blade arm to impale him. Wren looked at the creature's chest. The carapace was thick, but there were seams. Veins of red light pulsed beneath the armor. It has a cooling system, Wren thought. It generates too much heat. Wren rolled aside as the blade punched through the steel floor where his head had been. He scrambled to his feet. Hey, Rain stood at the door of the control room. She raised her pistol and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. The rounds sparked off the creature's armor, ricocheting harmlessly, but the impact drew its attention. It turned toward Rain. Go, Wren screamed. He grabbed a loose length of pipe from the broken railing and swung it like a baseball bat. He aimed not for the armor, but for the joint of the creature's knee. Crack. The pipe bent, but the creature stumbled. It let out a hiss of steam. Wren didn't wait. He sprinted past the creature, grabbing Rain by the back of her armor and shoving her through the control room door. He slammed the heavy steel door shut and spun the locking wheel. A second later, a massive impact shook the door. The steel bulged inward. It's going to get in, Rain gasped, sliding down the wall. Wren looked around the control room. It was a master control center for the plant. Banks of switches, flow charts, and pressure gauges. His eyes landed on a schematic on the wall. Fire suppression system, halon, nitrogen purge. The heat, Wren said. It runs hot. That's why it was in the snow. That's why the fire catalyzed it. It feeds on thermal energy. He looked at Rain. We have to freeze it. Rain looked at the console. The system is dead. No power. Wren looked at the door. Another dent appeared. The metal tearing at the seams. A black blade poked through, sawing at the lock. The generator? Wren said. Where is the backup generator? Rain checked. The schematic. Basement. Sub-level 1. But to get there, we have to go back out there. Wren shook his head. He pointed to a maintenance hatch in the floor of the control room. Cable chase, he said. It leads down. The door hinges screamed. The creature was tearing the frame out of the wall. Wren ripped the hatch open. It was a dark, narrow drop into a bundle of wires and conduit. You go, Wren said. Get the power on. I'll hold it here. Rain looked at him. You can't fight that thing, Wren. It's designed to kill you. I know, Wren said. He picked up a fire axe from the emergency glass case on the wall. I'm just the prototype. It's the upgrade. But upgrades usually have bugs. The door exploded inward. The creature stepped into the room, filling the space with its oppressive, heated presence. Go, Ren shouted. Rain dropped into the hole. Ren stood alone with the monster. The creature paused. It seemed curious. It sensed a connection. It sensed that Ren was part of it, in a way. End of the line, Ren said, raising the axe. The creature mimicked him. It raised a blade arm. But then, it did something unexpected. It spoke. It didn't use a mouth, because it didn't have one. It vibrated the air around it, creating a synthetic grinding voice that sounded like tectonic plates shifting. Consumed. It lunged. Ren didn't try to block. He stepped into the guard, sliding under the blade arm. He swung the axe upward, driving the spike into the soft tissue under the creature's armpit. Black fluid sprayed out, boiling hot. It splashed onto Ren's face. He screamed, the skin blistering instantly. But the pain just fueled the engine inside him. The creature thrashed, backhanding Ren across the room. Ren hit the console, shattering glass dials. He fell to the floor, gasping. The creature ripped the axe out of its body. The wound closed in seconds, sealed by searing heat. It stalked toward him. Ren crawled backward. His hand brushed against a microphone on the console, the plant-wide PA system. He grabbed it. He didn't know if it worked. He pressed the button. Hey, ugly, he rasped. Feedback squealed through the plant. Even though the power was low, the emergency circuit was live. The sound disoriented the creature. Its sensory dome vibrated. It hated the noise. Ren kept the button pressed. He tapped the mic against the metal console. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic sound echoed through the massive factory floor. The creature hesitated, its head snapping back and forth, trying to localize the source of the sound that was coming from everywhere at once. Come on, Ren thought. Light it up. Sub-level 1 generator room. Rain kicked the door to the generator cage open. It was pitch black, smelling of ozone and dead rats. She clicked on the flashlight attached to her pistol. The generator was a massive diesel V12, ancient, greasy, and cold. She holstered her weapon and found the primer pump. She pumped it frantically. 1, 2, 3. She found the starter switch. She hit it. Chug, chug, chug. Click. Dead battery. Damn it, Rain screamed. She looked around. There had to be a way. Her eyes landed on a breaker box labeled Grid Tie-In, and next to it, a thick bundle of high-voltage cables that had been severed, likely by scavengers years ago. The copper was exposed. She looked at her wrist computer. The battery pack was high-density lithium. This is going to hurt, she muttered. She ripped the battery pack off her wrist. She stripped the wires with her teeth. She jammed the leads of the battery into the starter solenoid contacts. Spark. Blue electricity arced. Rain was thrown back, her muscles seizing as the current jumped through her arm. She hit the floor, twitching, but the engine caught. With a roar and a belch of black smoke, the massive generator rumbled to life. The overhead lights in the basement flickered on. A low hum began to build, vibrating through the floor. Control room. The lights on the console blazed to life. Ren grinned through his blistered lips. The creature lunged for him, sensing the change in the environment. Ren slammed his hand onto the large red button under the glass case he had smashed earlier. Emergency purge initiated. Sirens wailed. From the ceiling of the processing floor and from the vents in the control room, nozzles opened. Liquid nitrogen, stored under immense pressure for 40 years, blasted out. The room instantly turned white. The temperature plummeted from 60 degrees to 70 below zero in 3 seconds. The creature shrieked. The sound was deafening. The thermal shock was catastrophic. Its obsidian carapace, superheated by its own biology, contracted instantly against the freezing cold. Crack. A spiderweb fracture appeared on the creature's chest. It snapped. Its right blade arm shattered like glass. as it tried to swing. The creature fell to its knees, flailing. The liquid nitrogen fog swirled around it, freezing the black fluid leaking from its joints. Ren huddled in the corner, pulling his jacket tight. His own body was fighting the cold, his metabolism ramping up to keep him warm, but even he was slowing down. He watched the monster die, or not die, stop. The creature froze solid. It became a statue of black glass and ice, captured in a pose of agony. The red light in its veins dimmed, then went dark. The hissing stopped as the tanks emptied. Silence returned to the control room. Ren sat shivering, frost coating his eyebrows. The door to the cable chase opened. Rain climbed out, shaking, nursing her electrocuted arm. She looked at the frozen statue in the center of the room. Is it? It's dormant, Ren said, his teeth chattering. We put it in the fridge. Rain walked over to the console. She tapped a few keys. I'm sending a signal, she said, not to Kyle, to the board of directors. Kyle went rogue. He tried to destroy company assets. If I send them the data on this, she pointed to the frozen creature, and they'll call off the dogs. You're selling us out, Ren said. He stood up, using the axe as a crutch. I'm buying us time, Rain corrected. Kale wants you dead. The board wants you studied. Being a lab rat is better than being a corpse. Ren walked to the window overlooking the factory floor. He saw the flashing lights of the APCs approaching the crash site outside. I'm not going to be a lab rat, Ren said. Ren, don't be stupid. You have nowhere to go. You're infected. You need the suppressant drugs, or the hive mind will eventually take over. You need us. Ren looked at his reflection in the glass. The frost was melting on his skin. His eyes were no longer human. The pupils were rectangular, like a goat's or a demon's. I don't need drugs, Ren said quietly. I figured it out. Figured what out? Ren turned to her. The hunger, he said. It doesn't want meat. It wants fear. He looked at the frozen creature. Jack, the trooper. They were just eaters. But this thing, it was designed to terrify. That's the signal. That's the energy source. Ren walked to the door of the control room. Where are you going? Rain asked, raising her pistol again. To give Kale a report, Ren said. He stepped out onto the catwalk. Below, the blast doors of the factory were being cut open. Sparks flew. Cinecorp soldiers were breaching. Ren looked down at them. He didn't feel fear anymore. He felt a cold, hard purpose. He wasn't the survivor anymore. He was the carrier, and he was gonna make sure everyone got a taste.